This is probably the greatest WoW series I've maybe ever seen. Gentlemen, yesterday we watched a very big video. We watched a massive fucking video. Today we return, and we're going to watch the end of the line. Barney's new video. It is fucking time. Who's ready? Let's go. Turn it down a little bit. The wait is over, yep. Alright, let's do it. Goof Troop. I remember them from the old video. Holy shit. I hope that Barney actually gets scareboard. I really do. I hope it happens because it is the ultimate story of triumph. Here we go. End of the line.
You know, honestly, I don't know why I made the intro so melancholic. I mean, sure, I don't get Scarab Lord, but this is a joyous occasion, no? 2 videos, 1 year?
Imagine that.
Who saw that coming?
Now, don't ask me for anything ever again.
Oh, and just real quick, the reason this says 7 out of 32 quest complete, even though I left you on 3 out of 32, is because I added 4 to the total that I finished later that don't have like a standard hand in. I just figured it would be easier to do it now because if I do it later, you guys might be like, wait, the number has gone up, but no quest was complete. Anyway, with that said, the video's starting. Oh wait, that means I have to edit a transition. Welcome to the final episode.
All right, let's see it.
19th of August, 2020, 2:12
Volume up?
PM.
Okay.
We join yours truly approaching the caverns of time outside of which
I got it.
Anachronos is waiting patiently to speak with us. Now that I have secured my reputation as the greatest bug slayer of all time,
Wow.
Anachronos is finally willing to stop being a child and talk to me. Like, do you not know who I am? I'm the main character of Grobulus. I literally grinded through 11 bug farms. This guy should be sucking
main
my
character of
contrary
the
to
server.
his
I
neutral
like
opinion
that.
of me, though. Anachronos tells me I am the hope of Kalimdor, and then
Wow.
graciously offers me a terrible ring to aid in my travels.
Amazing.
If there was ever any question that this game's design has always been malicious, this quest proves it. Wow,
Yeah.
did you just beat the most insane grind we've ever put in the game? Nice.
Here's-
Here's your downgrade, dickhead. Quest.
Yeah, here's a ring that's worse than what you got in Molten Core.
Complete. Next up, Anachronos says, hey, you know that red stone you keep ominously including in all your cinematics? Go check it out. So we go check it out, and that's when we get the
Okay.
lore dump I explained in episode 1. You guys remember that, right? With the bugs and the dragons and the useless archdruid
yeah.
smashing the scepter
Oh,
so no one
yeah.
can open the gates ever again.
Those were the good days.
Quest complete.
I was then summoned back to Anachronos, and this is the point in the questline where it's revealed we need to be the ones to find those gems and rebuild that scepter, because Anachronos is too depressed to do it himself or something. Same. The whereabouts of the gem.
I don't know why we had to do it for him either. I didn't read that part of the quest. I did this back in Wrath of the Lich King before it got
This is,
removed.
of course, a complete mystery. Even though Anachronos appointed a guardian for each gem after the Archdruid had his little Joker moment.
The Farian, that was a
I guess
mistake.
that wasn't his Joker moment. His Joker moment was probably when he joined Ragnaros and Cataclysm, huh?
That guy was
That's
just an
so shocking
asshole.
to me, too. Like, Ragnaros wanted this guy as his right-hand man?
Yeah.
This guy? I mean, I know Executor set the bar low, but this guy he just took L's non-stop for like 1,000 years. That's like his
He's a
lore.
loser.
Even his gimmick achievement is harder than his encounter. I'm getting sidetracked. Each gem was appointed a guardian.
That actually
but
is
for
true.
one reason or another. Every single
Yeah,
guardian has
that actually
abandoned
is
their
true.
duty. But I've played Dark Souls 3, so I already know how this one goes. We are told to prepare for the worst, and we are sent on our way.
All right.
Quest complete.
So this is the part where the questline breaks into 3 separate threads. Each thread follows the search for one of the 3
Different
gems, and
shards
these can
of the
be done
scepter.
in any order. If you collect all 3 gems, you can bring them to Anachronos, and he will use them to craft the Scepter of the shit. Fuck this. It's the last episode. Get through it. If you get the scepter, you get the mount, okay? But because this questline is wibbly wobbly, you could do it in any order. It's so wacky. To prevent any confusion on your part, you can check the title card of each section to know which questline we're currently progressing. You can also see how many total
Oh my
quests I've
god.
completed and
This
how
shit
much
was
time is
so
left until the
complicated.
gates open. I'm spoon feeding you the content.
Oh my
I'm also
God.
just taking the time now to let you know that we have entered full chronological chronological storytelling.
What the
Bitch.
fuck?
The rest of this video takes place chronologically over 29 hours, which is now 28 hours. It's not looking good. But you want to know what is looking good? The Barney Beekeeper plushie. Wow. I designed it myself.
Wait,
the real
what?
magnetizable hands let you replace the weapons with actual knives. My lawyers have
What?
told me to inform you that was a joke. Please do not replace the weapons with actual knives.
Oh my god.
Absolutely can. Render your entire
We
life's
can actually
work
get one of
corrupted
those?
with one touch of the
I
magnet
might get
hand.
one. That's
Oh, no,
awesome.
I've corrupted my hard drive. As with
Jesus.
any plushie, you can put it on your desk, your bed, or even in the corner of your room.
Yeah,
Safe
that
in
is
the
really
knowledge
cool.
It will stay exactly where you left it. Any reports that the Barney Beekeeper plushie is actually alive have been greatly exaggerated.
Of course.
He's undead. Fuck it. Mask on.
Now they'll never know it was me.
When they said, hey, this is
Uh-huh.
too much for one plush, I said, shut the fuck up. I wanted to have a hood as well. Hood now included. As it turns out, spending 3 years making the best World of Warcraft video series on the platform isn't the most financially responsible thing you can do. Which is why you're all gonna buy the plush, so it was worth it, right? Right?
Absolutely. 100%.
Just kidding, guys. Only buy the plush if you like it. But I should tell you, if we don't sell out, I'm never uploading again.
TheBeekeeper.shop. A link in the description.
So this is the plushie's a real thing
to
then.
Azshara. Named after the Night Elf Queen who did the thing. You'd think
Yeah.
this zone would present
She really
endgame
fucked this
challenges
stuff
worthy
up.
of its namesake, but actually it's pretty fucking dead. But that's because
Yeah.
Azshara was never intended as a questing zone to begin with. It was
Is this
meant
supposed to be a
to be
battleground?
Dota. Don't believe me?
Yeah.
I'm about to blow your mind. Originally designed as an instance
Yep.
battleground, Azshara
We
had
watched this
3
video,
lanes,
I remember
2
this.
large jungles, and a river
This shit
running
was
down
crazy.
the middle. Does this sound familiar? It's implied
Alright.
that the two teams
Yo,
would
thanks, Cody. I
advance on
appreciate
each
that.
other
Thank you,
until
dude.
one base fell. But it must have been really
Thank you
fucking
very
boring
much.
because it was scrapped super close to release, and now Azshara exists like this. Now, I don't blame Blizzard for scrapping their Dota battleground. They never did quite figure out that 3-lane
No,
gameplay.
they
But I do
never
blame
figured
them
out
for
that
doing
well.
nothing with the zone in 12 years. Remember the big cannon? I don't
That
think
they said
Blizzard
we were gonna
does.
be able to
Anyway,
shoot?
we're here to talk to this big dragon. This is Azhigos. Hi, I'm Azhigos. You might remember
And
him
he
from
gives you the
closing the
quest.
gates 1,000 years ago. But what you might not know about Azhigos is that he is the blue dragonflight. Oh, wait, hold on. He is the blue dragonflight's trinket keeper, which basically
What?
means he's every blue dragon's bankhole. And he fucking hates it. He despises the fact that whilst every other blue drake is off in the
I didn't even
Nexus
know that was
banging
a thing.
mana straight from the source, having the sickest parties of all time, he's stuck
Yeah,
in fucking
true.
Azshara, dead zone, no bitches, guarding other people's stuff from dickheads like me.
Yeah, they got rid of him
1,000
in, like,
years ago.
Cataclysm, I think.
Anachronos gave the blue scepter gem to the blue dragonflight to keep safe forever. So what that actually meant was Azhigos was given the blue scepter gem to keep safe forever. And just like any dragon who is guarding a one-of-a-kind gem, Azhigos would be targeted by more treasure hunters than ever before. And
Yeah.
Azhigos was pissed. 500
Yeah,
years
we
later.
killed him a few fucking times.
I don't need a wife. My job fucks me. At this point, Azhigos had lost count of the amount of attempts made on his
Okay.
life because of this damn gem. And just like with literally any Blizzard character, if you give them enough time, he became unhinged. And then he fed the blue scepter gem to a fish.
You know, now that I feel... Wait. Oh, yeah. That actually... This, by the way, is not an exaggeration. This is actually what happened in the story.
Present day. I cannot take 5 steps without some crazed orc or human trying to thrust a sharp stick into my hide. Looks like life didn't get
Yep.
any better for Azhigos after all. That'll have to wait until Cataclysm, when he enters into a romantic relationship with a spirit healer. Real actual lore, by the way. So now we know the fate of the blue gem, one of the trillion fish healer. We'll have to wait until Cataclysm, when
What?
he enters into a romantic relationship with a spirit healer. Real actual
Oh, my God.
lore,
so
by the
I
way.
didn't
so
know
now
that.
we know the fate of the blue
I
gem.
never
One of
fucking
the
knew that.
trillion
Wow.
fish in the sea ate it. Also, because he's currently
This
in his
dude's fucking
wacky,
ghost.
unhinged, edgy, it's not a phase. Azhigos enchanted that same fish with arcane properties for the
Okay.
lulz in the hope it would become a giant
Just
sea
for
monster
fun.
who terrorizes fishermen.
just to
However,
do
he
it.
does throw us a bone and tells us that if we make a
Baba Booey.
out of arcanite, the arcane properties of that metal should attract the fish, which is probably not a fish anymore, but some kind of sea terror. Azhigos gives us a ledger to take to a contact of his
Oh
in
my
Tanaris,
God.
whom he describes as
Ner-
a terrible psychic,
The
but an
fucking
amazing
gnome.
engineer. With any luck, perhaps this guy can help us out.
I
and if
remember
not,
this.
well, that sucks because
Yeah.
Azhigos is done talking to us.
I said good day, sir!
I fucking hate these dragons. Well, time to head to Tanaris and find this engineer. Or rather, time to wait for my summon crew to summon me right there, huh?
Gaming.
Handing over the blueprints to the engineer.
See, that's power gaming right there. That's being the main character of the server, okay, guys?
We ask him if he can make the Arcanite Baba Booey, to which he responds, "Can't even read this shit, bro. It's in Draconic." Another funny little prank from our friend Azagos, who, by the way, according to the quest dialogue, knows the engineer can't read Draconic, which means he did this shit on purpose. I am laughing, Lord. I'm gonna kill Azagos. Even though he can't read
This, by the way, is the best questline Blizzard's ever made.
Draconic, the engineer says he's willing to give it a shot anyway. He'll just need a couple of items beforehand. The first item he needs is a Draconic translation guide, which is a completely reasonable ask. The second thing he needs are his reading goggles that his ex-BFF stole from him.
No problem at all.
Whatever, he needs them to read. And the third thing he needs is a 500-pound chicken. Okay, this fucking guy. According to his pondering orb, his ex-BFF is either hiding just outside of Gilneas fapping to furries, or somewhere in Outland being pursued by the Burning Legion. Luckily for me, we don't need to wait until TBC to find him. Quest complete. But we will need to wait to find those goggles because he dropped them in Molten Core. It is at this point I realize, had I not left that Peace Bloom DKP earlier on in the week, I would have been locked in Molten Core and unable to even attempt this part of the quest. So thank you, Dawnbreakers, for hosting a scam DKP and being so unnecessarily hostile when questioned about it. Without you, none of this is possible. But we're gonna need—
I feel like I've never been in a DKP raid that wasn't a scam. Like, every single one that I was ever in, including the ones that I was leading, they were all scams. Every single one.
Let's put a pin in that because I'm leaving this raid group and joining
It's like, oh, it's a rounding
Why?
error.
Because it's
Oh, it's
almost
not a big
7
deal.
p.m., which means the Winter Court
Just a
are
rounding
raiding
error.
Blackwing Lair. Among the 3 shards, the red shard is by far the easiest to obtain, as it was given to Nefarian, and I literally kick the shit out of this guy every week. But as I mentioned last episode, the overwhelming majority of my guild are already locked to every raid after helping secure 10 Scarab Lords. If I wanted to attempt the segments of the questline that take place within raids, I would have to, and this is literally my guild catchphrase.
Figure it out! 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 Yo, figure it out!
Figure it out. And so I figured it out. In fact, I figured it out ahead of time.
I'm gonna tell you guys, like, I've tried to do a BWL pug on Monday night. Whew. That's something, let me tell you. That really is something.
Because I'm always steps ahead. Yesterday, when I was still farming bugs, I was also reaching out to pretty much every guild in GDKP on the server who I knew was raiding tomorrow to see if anyone could fit me into a Blackwing Lair run. I received only 2 responses back and thus was given a choice. Not between 2 guilds per se, but between 2 different risks. You see, the red shard only drops from Nefarian if you beat Blackwing Lair within 5 hours of starting
So you have to have a good
encounter. If you fail, you actually get a bad ending letter sent to your mailbox from Nefarian himself, where he basically just flames you for being too slow. It's pretty funny and
I didn't even know
deserved,
that,
to be honest. But therein lay the first
we never
risk,
failed
a
ours.
self-proclaimed casual guild that doesn't require world buffs or even consumes to raid. As someone who is used to sweaty, pathetically optimized, no fun allowed, clear comm sub 1 hour speedruns, I was no doubt hesitant to accept that offer. And then there was the second guild, a self-proclaimed hardcore guild who had the rep and logs to back it up. Clearing in time wasn't up for debate, so why did I hesitate to say yes? Well, I made a lot of enemies during my time in the desert, and how strange, they are now inviting me to BWL? Now what would I do if I was them?
Because what you would do is you would fucking get him locked to the first boss, and then as soon as that shit is over, then just immediately kick them out of the raid. That's what I would do. Like, I would get the person locked, and then kick them out immediately fucking after.
Invite me for my first boss kill, then kick me
Pulling that
once I was
bullshit
saved
on me.
for the raid, thereby failing my quest, locking me out of BWL for the week, and ruining Scarab Lord for me?
Yes.
I mean, it's objectively funny, and they
Yes,
might
it
have
is.
gotten away with it too if I wasn't steps ahead. But if it's one thing I can just never say no to, it's the chaos of a cursed casual run.
Oh no. Oh no, they're really gonna try that. Oh no.
Welcome to Blackwing Lair.
Speedrun edition! Right away, this was already the most unique run of BWL I had ever been
no.
to. Instead of being Warlock summoned inside a wall like a sweaty geek
This
and
is
zoning
not
in for
good.
free, we had actually met up in-game as a raid group,
Oh, wow.
socially, and cinematically approached BRM from the rear. This
Wow,
was
just like the
fun
old
for me
days.
'cause I'm a rogue, and we like it from behind.
Oh, I've
Do
heard
it from
about that.
behind? So this is the first boss, Razorgore the Untamed, which I'm guessing is an ironic name because we'll be using this Orb of Domination to force him to murder his own
tame him.
children.
That's
Yes.
pretty fucked up, but completely necessary.
Because his mortality is tied to the eggs. If we were to just...
That is really kind of crazy whenever you think about it. You're mind controlling him to kill his own eggs. That's fucked up.
Razorgore and kill him, the eggs would explode upon his death, dealing massive damage and killing everyone. So you kill ads, kill the eggs, and then you kill the boss. Are you picking up
Easy
what
enough.
I'm putting down, bitch? But guys, I won't lie, this raid is really scaring me. They're cracking jokes on the mic, and they're not clearing comms. And worst of all, I think they're having, it sounds like they're having
Are we supposed to play Daddy now?
fun?
I feel like it's so funny to me that Tips hasn't streamed in like 2 years, and clear comms is still one of the biggest memes in classic WoW.
No one follow me. No one follow me. Get away from that door. Next up, I and I alone have to enter the second room and speak with Veilstrass to start the Red Shard quest.
Yeah, that's easy.
The 5-hour timer starts now. A wise man once said the purest essence of WoW's gameplay is standing and hitting.
Where's
If
the
that
world
is to be
buffs?
true, then Veilstrass is the most World
Wait.
of Warcraft fight World of Warcraft has to offer, because
That was
wow, I'm
Uber
doing a lot of
Danger who said
standing,
that.
and with a buff that doubles your damage, you're gonna do a lot of hitting too.
Yes.
What's especially great about Veilstrass is that the double damage buff carries over to the next couple
You
of
can
trash
use it for the
mobs if you're
trash,
fast
yep.
enough, making the journey to the suppression room that bit faster. And believe me, you'll be thankful for it, because this is the part where the raid slows to a grinding.
This is the worst part of all classic.
Welcome to the
This and
suppression room.
Cthulhu trash.
Designed by Satan in Hell, this room features numerous
Sucks
traps which
massive
slow you
big
by
dicks.
90%. These traps can only be disarmed by rogues.
Yeah, the depression
The time
room.
you
There
disarm
you
them
go.
for is random with no tell, and whelplings constantly spawn around each trap. And that's just
Cool.
the stage hazard. Because
A little
yes,
bit of
whilst
fun,
you have
right?
to manage those
Let's all have a
traps,
little bit
there
of
are also
fun.
trash mobs you have to clear on the way through. But I don't get to do damage because
I
I got
fucking
ferry
hate
the
doing
raid
this,
through.
man.
It is a tedious, completely
It was
unfun
awful.
shit show of a section that spoils the pacing in what is an otherwise A-tier raid.
Yeah,
In my
Blackwing Layer
opinion.
was
The
awesome.
next boss, Broodlord Lashlayer, is a completely brain-off tank and spank. You just stand and hit. It's classic
Mm-hmm.
WoW. If you die to this boss, you're a complete fucking noob. You just stand and hit. It's classic WoW. If you die to this boss, you're a complete fucking noob.
True,
Nobody
true,
died,
so true.
So it was good.
Roll on the head if you're on the quest line. Wait, I thought Barney was
All
getting it for
DPS
sure.
is going to be on Skull and X, except for one mage, and the mage will take the text, because we don't use zappers in this guild, because we're incredibly
Wait.
casual.
Wait,
I think I might throw up. After pulling 4 packs of techies with no sappers, we were ready to engage the
oh
hardest
no, you
boss of
don't
the
need the
raid.
head. That's right, that's
Firemaw.
right, I forgot. You already had it. Yeah,
Firemaw,
I
by
got
all
confused.
definitions, is objectively a well-designed fight, fulfilling literally every class fantasy in one encounter. The tanks get to be slapped around and boiled alive for the duration of the fight. Melee
really
get to
fun.
risk their lives trying to pass, gambling on stack resist so as to avoid downtime moving out, and range get to stand back and safely press their one button. And it sounds so easy, right?
Watch your stacks, guys. Bunch of pure six.
It is so easy, but it's the hardest boss in the dungeon. If you can beat Firemaw, you can beat any boss in Classic WoW. Firemaw is the hardest boss probably in all of Classic WoW.
Careful.
You would be mistaken. Also, because this is horde gameplay, you really gotta watch that threat.
Oh no.
That's not good.
Oh no.
Alright.
Yep.
the first time I've ever seen.
Yep, that's a good old-fashioned Monday night BWL. We're just having a little bit of fun, wiping on the boss again. Just good old days.
I blame Barney, honestly.
Just die now.
No.
Just die now. So anyway, we've got 5 hours, and, you know, it's going to be fun.
It's gonna be fine.
You're not gonna make it.
Yeah.
Okay, Rez up, rust off, cape on, bait on, cap on.
Oh,
This
God.
doesn't usually hap on. Let's try this again.
Yes, it
and On
does.
this pull, the Winter
Shut up.
Court
Yes,
lived
it
up to
does.
their name because this pull.
Was fucking frosty. Look, Mum, I'm pumping.
We then pull the rest of the techies with no sappers, and I go over to this table to pick up this book, which is actually chapter 7 of Draconic for Dummies. I'll
Yup.
need to collect chapters 1 through 8 in order to make a complete book for the engineer, which I'm now.
God, dude. Like, I think back on the tale of high adventure that this quest really gave you. Like, this quest, in my opinion, I feel like this is the apex pinnacle of human existence, was this quest in World of Warcraft Classic. It was so good. And you had to kill a chicken.
Realizing in the moment, hold on, I don't even know that in character yet. Hold on, I haven't even picked up the quest that allows me to loot chapters.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Give me.
Wait, what?
Give me 1 sec. Can I get a?
Oh
can I
my
get a
god,
quote
he didn't
to
get the quest. Oh my god.
It is at this point I turn Questy on and reload my UI. When I load back in, I am
It's
dead.
so
I
dumb.
figure, fuck it, Death Warp. It is a speedrun after all.
We'll take a
It's
short
so
break while
fucking
Barnaby
dumb,
gets
man.
Back on the quest, we won't pull another boss. Shouldn't take that long. The part that
Guys, we're not gonna make it. My summon team then summons me to a remote island off the southern coast of Tanaris, where the engineer supposedly buried a copy
Oh,
of Draconic for
yeah.
Dummies some years ago. When we dig up the book, quest complete.
So, like, what you had to do is you would have to sail out to an island. You know, like in Lost Ark, where you can go off the map and find, like, special little areas? So, in WoW, there was, like, one island at the very bottom of Tanaris, and you had to swim off of the island and do that. So, they had to summon her out there so she could get that one, and then after that, then you can get all the different pages. Because I remember doing this. Again, it was one of the best fucking experiences, but it was very fucking frustrated.
It actually turns out to be a ransom note addressed to the engineer. I figure the fastest way back to the engineer is to unstuck to the Gadget Sand graveyard
That's a smart
and then
idea,
walk
actually.
north. Instead, Blizzard's patented go fuck yourself unstuck
Westfall.
technology actually teleports me to Kargath. And my summon team have already hearthed to Silithus.
What?
So, I get a summon to Silithus, fly to Tanan, hand over the ransom note, quest complete,
Oh,
and
wow.
then pick up the next quest. And this is where I realize in the footage, actually, I didn't even need to go on this tangent at all. And it will make sense
Wait,
why
really?
later. This
Why?
has just been a certified idiot moment. But
I
in
thought you had
fairness
to
to
do
me,
that.
I had not slept in like 20-something hours. If I got a little latency in the brain, you know why. Also, I literally traveled through time.
We now return to Blackwing Lair.
Okay, I'm back in the raid. Summon me because I'm bougie, though. Ooh, and the
Okay.
trash has been cleared in my absence? All according to plan. Now, if I was to tell you that the next two encounters, Ebon Rock and Flame Gore, involve a lot of standing and a lot of hitting, would you
This
forgive-
is it is literally the easiest fucking, these are the easiest fucking bosses in general. Somehow champion try. Yeah, look, guys, can we not do this again today? Like, holy fuck, could we just not do it? Like, nobody gives a shit. Like, could we just please not fucking do this shit? Like, yes, Barney is trans. Like, there's a male character, so sometimes I accidentally say he, because I'm looking at the character. Listen, I don't care about what your opinion about it is. I don't give a fuck. Please, please. I just don't, like, literally nobody cares about what your take on people being trans is. Just fucking move on, guys. Barney's not a guy, and Barney's not a girl either. Barney's a rogue. That's the best fucking thing about video games, is the fact that Barney is a rogue. Shut the fuck up. Enjoy the story.
me for jumping ahead. Oh, that's too far. Man, partial wipe to trash? That's harder than the buses? What a Warcraft,
Imagine
baby.
that.
How much longer do we have, Barnaby?
We got, like, an hour, like 2 hours, so we're fine? I mean, we're not gonna make it. The next boss, Cro-Magus, is basically another one of those run-in, run-out fights. The only difference with this one is that there are random debuffs that will infect random players at random intervals. 4 of the 5 of these debuffs are completely negligible, though, and don't really require a second thought since they'll just be purged off you. But if you are unlucky enough to receive the 5th debuff, the Bronze Affliction,
You just
will
use the sand.
periodically
Yeah,
be
it's the sand. It's-
frozen in time. There is only one known cure, and it is eating magic sand. But I'm trying to kick the stuff, you know, so I'm okay to sit through the 10-minute deal. Oh, why would...
Okay, well, that's good.
I mean, one little bite can't hurt, right? I mean...
Oh, no.
I gotta stop eating sand.
Do you remember whenever they said at the beginning of the first video, don't eat the sand? Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, God. Here we go.
The Nefarian fight. Will this self-proclaimed casual guild see me through to a
This
red
is not
shard,
good at
or will
all.
this be where my Scarab Lord tale ends? Well, the main healer of
Sand
the raid
enjoyers,
did just
yeah,
find out that
clearly.
if you right-click Benediction, it turns into Anathema.
Me for it.
Something weird to my benediction.
So I'd say we're off to a good start.
So
Okay.
right-click it again in your inventory.
This is incredible.
No, it's not a half hour.
Wait, she doesn't... Bro, I told you guys, like... Classic players... As I said... Big, slow, hairy, stupid, woolly mammoths. And they're going extinct. That's what it's like, right there.
Guys, we're not gonna make it!
And with that said, Barnaby, this is your thing, so why don't you go talk to your boy?
Oh, okay. Of course, no final boss of any raid would be complete without the arbitrary minutes of killing ads before the main guy even shows up, but this phase is incredibly simple and is definitely not cause to freak out. So I have no idea why the people in Discord were freaking out so much. In fact,
was it Tip's raid that was wiping in phase 1 of BWL? Like, I remember seeing a video of a guild just becoming absolutely overwhelmed and overrun by these mobs. It was so fucking funny.
They were freaking out so much I heard my first
Clear
thought
comms.
of the entire raid. And when the casual guild says clear comms, that's when you know things are bad. For those that don't know this fight, once you kill 40 ads, Nefarian descends upon the raid and covers the entire floor in fire. And if you're not wearing your Onyxia cloak, the fire will kill you in one shot. So tell me why the 5 minutes we spent doing loot prior to pulling the boss was not enough time for over half the raid to equip their Onyxia cloaks? We're not gonna make it.
No, a lot of people don't have cloaks on. I do not as well.
Get behind the throne!
Now, you can stand behind the throne when the fire goes out, and this will avoid being hit, but it's generally considered rat behavior because you lose a bunch of uptime. Thankfully, though, we managed to get through the fire and the flames with 0 casualties. Nefarian now lands, someone rips aggro, and I die for their fucking sins.
Somebody pop wreck.
Why don't you have Battle Shout?
Doing it.
Holy shit!
I'm gonna reincarnate, and I'm gonna start rezzing.
What is this? What is this run?
We actually might not. What started off as a sarcastic little joke was now beginning to sound like my actual fate. Every time you wiped a Nefarian, you have to wait around 15 minutes for him to respawn, and as you know, I'm kind of on the clock here, so...
Dude, if we don't make it, I will get Barney B tattooed on my knuckles.
Perfect.
Well, now the stakes have never been higher, or there's never been a better time to throw this shit. Depending on who you're asking, of course. Me, personally, I kind of want the mount, but in any other timeline, he was getting those knuckle tattoos.
Yeah.
Okay, time's up. Let's do this. Barney Beekeeper. Please put your cloaks on. Please put your... So we start the second pull. This time, everyone in the raid is prepared with their Oni cloaks, and we breeze through phase 1. The tank is also generously given the 2 seconds required to take aggro of the boss, so things are actually looking good. Now, let's talk about Nefarian's main mechanic. Every so often, Nefarian will target a specific class and do what's called a class call. This is...
Bro, can I just come back real quick? I just want to go back real quick. Look how good the numbers look in Classic WoW. It is like busting a nut on your screen whenever you do a special attack and your auto attacks crit at the same time. Look at that.
Every so often, Nefarian will target a specific class and do what's called a class call. This is essentially some kind of debuff or Joker's trick targeted at one specific class. And depending on your class, these can range from being the most minor inconvenience conceivable to being capable of causing the breakdown of the entire raid and a potential wipe. In the case of rogues, you get teleported in front of Nefarian and cannot move. If the tank doesn't react fast enough, this happens. And you want to know the best part about this? There's literally 0 counterplay on my part.
Wow.
I can't do anything about this. I love when mechanics don't test the individual player ability and instead put your hands in the life of some other fucking schmuck. I'm actually not mad. I mean, okay, half the raid is dead, but this
Nefarian's so easy, you can still
We just have to play perfect and get really lucky on the next couple.
Why are you behind the boss? Why are you behind?
Ice block.
We're gonna make it.
Keep him up. New class call coming.
He can do it.
We're gonna be fucked.
He can do it. He's got the shield.
So,
he can easily tank Nefarian.
Now, you guys want to know what's worse than one warrior call? Oh, I'll get to that in just a second.
It's so easy.
Because first, I got to tell you that if we get this boss to 20%, all the ads that we killed in phase 1, all 40 of them, respawn at the same time and charge the raid. So now let me return to my original question. What's worse than one warrior call? That's right, 2 warrior calls, with the second one happening during the final ad phase.
Bro, I actually thought the warrior call was my favorite one, because it gave me an excuse to go into berserker stance while tanking the boss.
I think I'm just gonna let this clip play out because it is so difficult to make raiding sound interesting.
there it is right there.
No, I got him.
Yep.
Do you have shield wall?
Use it. No. Use shield wall. Use a stone shield.
There you go, bud.
Come on, you can do it. Fire. There it is. Wow. 10-minute fight. That was, someone in chat says that was tough.
Remember how earlier I left the raid and joined another party to get summoned to Tanaris? Well, actually that did nothing. I just love faking you guys out. It's just so easy every time. You're thinking, I can't keep getting away with it. Oh, I will. You're already in my web and you don't even know it yet. Wow, red shard acquired. Right, you ready? 3, 2, 1.
Wow. Whoa, look at that. I love how every guild that raided in Classic WoW has a screenshot that looks just like that. I think that's so cool.
So now we're back
Yeah,
on the
that's what-
engineer's
we had
quest
that
line.
too.
If you'll remember, we are currently looking for the 3 items he needs to try and make the Arcanite Bubba
Yep.
Booey. But as we found out earlier, his copy of Draconic for Dummies has been stolen, and a ransom note was left in its place.
We've got your book, Gnome. If you ever want to see it again, you'll do exactly as we ask.
So, alongside Bon Hoovy, Sarsis, Merrills, and Darien, we head to the location detailed within the ransom note, and, disguised as the engineer, I place a big bag of fake gold at the edge of a cliff. A few
Bro,
anxiety-
like, no shit, this... Like, y'all see.
riddled minutes
This-
later,
this
one
mob is
Dr.
really hard
Weevil
to kill.
comes flying in on a flying machine.
Look at
but
this.
for real, why did they make it take 5 minutes for this guy to spawn in? The whole time we were waiting, I thought I fucked the quest up.
I did
swear,
too.
Every single quest in this quest line is specifically tailored to fuck with your mental. Anyway, the
Yes,
doctor
it
takes
is.
one look at our disguise and sees right through it. Who could have seen
It's
this
Dr.
coming? He then
Weevil.
summons a giant gorilla to kill us and escapes in his flying
This
machine.
gorilla
I pop
is no
adrenaline
joke.
rush and evasion and
This
start
is a
rogue
big
tanking
dick
number
gorilla.
2. I figure with a healer, I can probably tank this for
No,
the duration
you
of my
can't.
evasion and then vanish the threat off to the warrior. Unfortunately for me, Blizzard's patented, it really emulates early 2000s internet. Spell bashing technology meant that I actually didn't cast Vanish at all. I lay dead in the snow like the pathetic little gnome bitch I am as my team once again carries me to victory. If you'll remember, Merrills was the mage who helped me get my Mallet of Zolfarak all those
Oh my
months ago,
God.
and here I am yet again with my content beholden to his kindness.
A year
I truly
later.
couldn't do this without my friends. However, because Bon Hoovy is a druid, he is useless and isn't carrying resurrection materials. He is instead going to leave it up to chance with cables, as will Merrills and Darien. Well, I
Oh
think
my
we know how this
God.
one goes. Yup.
That's
Right,
a
calm
that's
down,
an L.
right?
That's an L. We've got one more.
Thank God. I'm
There
up.
it is.
Merrills then opens a portal
Easy.
to Thunderbluff for me, and I fly to the engineer in Tanaris to tell him that the plan failed. And also because we didn't keep to our end of the ransom, Dr. Weevil has obliterated the Draconic for Dummies book. Quest complete. So now our only option is to track down the last known surviving copy of Draconic for Dummies, which, because it's the Scarab Lord questline, has actually had all 8 of its pages torn out and scattered to the
Isn't
wind.
that convenient?
Once I find all 8 chapters, I can
Yeah.
use this bookbinding to refashion the book. This questline's never gonna end, is it?
This is
One
just...
quick stop off in gadgets.
Even at level 80, this took me like a month to do. Like, I was playing casually. I wasn't doing it like every day. But like, this took a really, really long time, even at level 80. It was insane. I can't imagine going back and doing this now.
And to meet with this chef, quest complete, and to discuss the possibility of acquiring a fat chicken. He tells me no such chicken exists, but does clue us in on one Lord Lakmiran, a chimera who, with proper preparation, may or may not look like a 500-pound chicken. And whilst I'm here in Tanaris, I figure I may as well hand in the red shard to our good friend Anachronos, who once again rewards us with a completely useless piece of jewelry. Quest complete.
What was that tweet? Wait, what was that tweet? Found the elusive Barney today, but he was in a Scarab Lord rush and didn't try to sell me a Lucky Charms sad face. Oh, shit. People are tracking him down.
Chapter 7 acquired.
Wow.
Welcome.
This
to
is the
Alcaz
hard
Island.
one.
With the Blackwing Lair chapter safely obtained.
Do y'all remember back in Classic WoW Beta, whenever I went in and I tried to fight this boss and we brought like 300 people and he killed every single one of us? This is the boss.
I was summoned to Alcaz Island to murder Dr. Weevil in cold
Fuck him.
blood. After all, he's the reason this quest has become so long. I mean, because
True.
he has chapter 1 for some reason. 2 birds, 1 stone, if you ask me. However, Dr. Weevil is absolutely not a pushover. Even
No,
with a raid group
he
of
ain't
20,
no
he is
bitch.
still incredibly challenging due to his menacing mechanics and large health bar. Every
And he
6
mind
or so
controls
seconds,
people,
Dr.
too.
Weevil stuns everyone in line of sight of him, and every 20 or so seconds, he mind controls a random ally who will now be out of commission for the remainder of the encounter. Now, I
And they
can
have
sit
to be
here and
CC
slice
too.
old
They gain
footage
a
to
ton of
craft
extra
some
health and
underdog
everything.
narrative about how this boss was difficult to overcome, but rest assured, this will be the 11th time we have destroyed Dr. Weevil, and we have become exceedingly efficient at it.
There it
Chapter 1
is.
acquired.
Also, lore tidbit, this is the island where Varian Rin was kept, in prison.
Yep,
And
down
then
at the
this
bottom.
quest is the only thing they did with this location in the game.
Hey, Barney,
I actually didn't mind that. I wish there were more things in the game that just existed for the sake of existing. And it doesn't have to be like a massive quest line or anything like that. There just has to be like a couple of things. You know, like that panda aisle that we went to yesterday on Lost Ark? That was so fucking good.
Ranch, right?
Yeah, I have.
Oh. Farming the
Fully
Felgards?
clothed rogue in the marsh at
Oh,
Sunken Temple.
the Acranius one.
Big, long quest. I'm not doing this bit. Now, you might be wondering, why am I in a level 40 dungeon? Well, you see, the green shard was given to a green dragon named Aranicus. And this is where Aranicus lives.
Is a
wait,
bitch.
isn't this place, like, super evil? Well, yes. It's no secret that Aranicus and his crew were driven insane by the very same old god they thought they had vanquished deep within the temple. But he has the green shard, so I'm not really left any choice. But as I enter Aranicus'
There's no
chamber,
way you
I'm
can
not
solo
met with
that
a
shit.
large green dragon, but rather a Shade and Malfurion Stormrage. Malfurion informs me that Aranicus can't be here right now because he's busy terrorizing the Emerald Dream. And if we want to get that green shard, we'll have to summon Aranicus from the Emerald Dream and purge him of his corruption. Now, do you want to see some fucking sweaty, disgusting, I can't believe you even bothered to think this far ahead gameplay? Check out these summons. Bam! Random Teldrassil location to hand in this quest to the Wisp. Quest complete. But wait, I'm not done. Follow-up summon to the Shrine of Remulus in Moonglade to hand that very same quest in immediately.
Bro, this is 100%. This is actually proof that Barney is the main character of the server. Straight up. Like, the actual main character of the server. It's that easy.
Quest complete. Any % world record,
Yeah,
by
this
the way.
is...
I know it might not look like much
right
to you
there.
guys because, I mean, you're watching the video, right? It's all cut up and edited for you. But every time you see me get summoned, these are pre-planned summon teams that real people have had to level up and put their character in that position.
Those
just
are
so
real
I can
people
save 10
that
to
probably
20
are not
minutes here
getting
and
paid for
there.
this.
Gamers.
Imagine that.
So spread around Azeroth are these 4 Emerald Dream portals, outside of which roam packs of elite green dragonkin. Except for the Duskwood one, but just forget about that one for now. To summon Aranicus back into our realm, we are going to need to obtain a Nightmare Fragment from each area. Actually, cut the music. Fuck the script. I need a real talk. These Nightmare Fragments drop from the elite mobs that you can find outside the portals, right? And you think, cool, just go kill some elites.
But those are really hard to
That's me
kill,
laughing.
yeah.
And this is where I make the music creep back in, okay? No, of course it's not that easy. This is the Scarab Lord questline where every quest is specifically tailored to make you want to exit game. So here's the thing with this quest, right? We still to this day do not know the drop chance of the Nightmare Fragments. Me personally, I want to say it's 1%. Based on my experience, I think it's 1%. Now, killing elites for a 1% drop is already fucking game.
It's not that bad. Like, the way that you do it, see, this is the thing, is that the way you farm something like that has a low drop chance is you do it 1 mob at a time. You never go and try to do like 10 mobs at a time, or you never try to think like how many it's going to take. You kill 1 at a time. 1 at a time. 1, 2, 3 at a time.
The thing with these packs are, they actually require a small raid because they slap. Alliance players might not know this, but on the Horde side,
you can kite them all the way. Yes.
These mobs from Ashenvale to Orgrimmar to just kill everyone in the city. But wait, I'm still not done. The other thing with these mobs is that if you kill all the packs and you don't get the drop, you have to wait like an hour for the respawns. There are people in my guild that spent literally days on just this part of the quest alone.
What?
It's not looking good. So this is me, and I'm in the Undercity, picking up Draconic for Dummies, Chapter 4.
Just do it.
Thanks for watching.
Wow. Damn.
Chapter 4 acquired. Welcome to the Hinterlands. I grabbed literally anyone who was online and willing to help and
I feel like if you were able to get the Dr. Weevil one, I think Barney's gonna get it. I think Barney's gonna get Scarab Lord. I'm pretty confident about it.
We may as well start here. And I think I'm gonna let this clip of our first pull just play out. It's a clip where you're like, you say something like, I fucking hate this game. By the way, first mob, first fucking fragment, let's go!
Wow.
Well, that was lucky, or a terrible omen. There's something with me getting really, really
Holy
lucky,
shit.
and then immediately getting
First
really,
mob.
really unlucky. Oh boy,
There it
I
is.
sure hope that doesn't happen here. And even though we don't have summons to Feralis, I can just edit the video like, wow, it's like I got summoned. Now, I wish I could tell you that I was lucky enough to get the drop on my first pull again, but it is with a shit-eating grin that I can tell you it only took 20 minutes for me to drop my second fragment.
20 minutes is still really fucking good. Like, unless it's taking you more than 2 hours to farm something, it's just casual shit.
We're out of here.
When I start Lost Ark, I'm gonna do the Lost Ark. I'm gonna watch one video about the Lost Ark shop, and then I'm going to I'm gonna start playing. That's my plan.
We're
Have
going
to
to
do.
Ashendale. And now I'm actually not
Took days
smiling
for
anymore
some?
because this
Then
is
just farm
for
more.
sure just a terrible omen. Also, I forgot to mention the reason I did the portals in this order was because currently right now in Ashenvale, there's an alliance person on this questline too. I had
Oh, so
initially
you're
wanted
fighting
to
him.
be diplomatic about the situation, but with only 24 hours left.
Look, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Fuck. Fuck him. What a mistake. What a fucking mistake. Oh my god, what a mistake. They should not have done this. I guarantee this is gonna... Dude's legit AFK?
Jeez, they could at least make it hard, like, at least make it
Damn.
fun. The Alliance had, as is customary around
Yeah.
these parts, failed to put up any meaningful resistance.
Oh,
We took the leader of their group hostage and told those motherfuckers Ashenvale's closed.
What? No. That's some bullshit. I don't want to hear about it, guys. Miss me with that lying-ass bullshit.
And these guys really just took the fucking L, huh?
They sure did.
Still in corpse?
They got their ass beat.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, dude.
It's been 45 minutes. As the Alliance lay molding in their corpses for, yes, like 45 minutes, we took it upon
Jesus.
ourselves to hit every single pack on respawn. But in
Yeah.
fairness to the Alliance, they weren't the only ones molding. Just fucking, please dispel the root. Please
It's
fucking
just-
dispel the root, dude.
It's so
I need to
bad.
tag it. Don't kill the thing. And you haven't tagged
It's-
it yet.
it's
I need
so-
to get dispelled. I'm
it-
rooted again. I need
It's-
one
oh
dispel.
God,
I've been
it's
rooted
so
for
bad.
40 seconds.
It's so bad. It was bad. It was so bad.
Thank you. Listen, I hadn't slept in a very long time, so if I sound like a raid leader, my apologies. The good news is, even with my lack of sleep, I was able to get clips like this. The guy in the back. Let's get this guy. You're gonna distract?
Oh, what an idiot. Bro, that's why I would
That
always
was a
move with
big
my
distract.
mouse. And I would move a little back and
And
forth.
it is with a huge ego I get to tell you that the Alliance all left after that.
Yeah, of
But
course.
someone else
'cause they're
showed
outnumbered. Wait.
Frywood. The same Frywood who had just last week griefed me relentlessly, Frywood? The same Frywood who had to be camped into submission, Frywood? Frywood Redemption arc, Frywood? I was skeptical, but at 2 a.m. server time, I will take anyone I can get. This is where Frywood
getting a
whips
little
out
bit
his
desperate,
Ritual
huh?
of Doom, which is basically the World of Warcraft equivalent of Russian roulette. I don't think
Yeah.
I've ever seen this ability be used.
Yeah, I don't think... Oh.
Why me?
Oh, Firewood's revenge.
Well played, Frywood. Alas, the hand of fate would continue
Yep.
to gesture towards me the middle finger as I found myself going dry on the Ashenvale fragment hour after hour, pack after pack, respawn after respawn.
Oh my God.
Worst of all, word spreads fast, and when you hear that the last remaining Scarab Lord is now 12 hours deep bottlenecked in Ashenvale, why, that's the perfect time
Yep.
for a 40-man Alliance raid to pull up and kill that.
I told you that shit was a mistake. I told you it was a fucking mistake because people were gonna send all of the guys over because they know that they can fuck your ass by doing that, man. 100%. Like like trust me, guys. Diplomacy is always the better option.
Last little bit of hope you have left.
They went to
but
Cry
they
and
didn't know who they
Stormwind,
were
yep.
griefing. My busy bees are everywhere. You think I
Just
wasn't
to
gonna
come and
find
grief
out?
you.
Yeah, we
Yep.
got the fuck out of there just as the raid showed up. Nice try, bitch. Next time, don't pick the one person who's always numbers steps ahead.
Welcome to
Yeah.
Molten Core.
So the plan was always that if we got griefed at Ashenvale, we would just
Do
make a
Molten Core
beeline
instead.
straight for Molten Core.
So
Like,
I
what are they
think
gonna do?
I
Grief
think
us in a raid?
Ragnaros
And
has
that
one
way
of the
I can try and
pages.
get my goggles whilst the heat dies down. We have
If I
12 hours
remember
left,
right.
by the way. Also, I just want to say something really quickly to the people that might be concerned about my health, like in real life. During the time in which we were in Ashenvale waiting for respawns, I would spend those like 45-minute intervals sleeping at my desk. I wouldn't recommend it. So the engineers...
I would do that. I used to do the same thing. I would lay down from like I was actually that chair right there, that shitty chair with only one arm on it. The arm fell off, and I would lay down in a chair and take like mini naps in between wipes and Karazhan. Back in the day, at like 4 in the morning. And I would leave my headphones on because we'd wipe a nether spite or something like that, and it would take everybody like 30 minutes to get back, so I could have like 5 mini naps.
ex-BFF dropped the goggles somewhere in here, and what that means for us as players is the goggles drop from trash, and it's like a 10% drop chance. Go fuck yourself. But everything will be okay because I have my lucky charm. No, not this thing. I mean this guy. Accidentals. Let me tell you a little story about accidentals. So like 2 weeks ago, I'm doing this exact same trash farm for someone else's goggles, and we go like 3 full hours of just killing every single mob in Molten Core with no luck. I'm talking several resets of Molten Core, like no bosses, just trash. Like you don't even get to come. But as soon as we invite Axie, wow. And trust me when I tell you, I've got a good eye for like lucky things, right? That's like my whole bit. So we start pulling trash at noon, and 25 minutes later.
All right, great. Problem solved.
I'm gonna say once again.
Say it.
Hey, this was my ID, Barney.
I know. Listen, I said you were gonna be
How about that?
my little good luck charm. Now, could you
It's
bring
just
that
that
luck to
easy,
Ashenvale,
boys.
please? The goggles had been a piece of cake. Terrible omen. So it was back to hitting our heads against the brick wall that is Ashenvale. We had just spent 12 uninterrupted hours there, but going forward, I would need to move around the map as if I'm being pursued by a large raid, which, by the way, I am. Word on the street is that they are waiting right now outside of this very Molten Core in preparation for us to reset the trash. So they'll never see it coming if I get summoned to Ashenvale to kill all the packs that have, in the meantime, respawned. Still no fragment, by the way. And then fly to Winterspring. Why Winterspring, you ask? Because your bitch wanted to spring on this dick. Because I can kill demons in Winterspring to try and get Chapter 3.
Oh yeah,
but
you
the
need to
real
get this
reason
one.
I'm doing this is I want to bait the Alliance raid away from Ashenvale so that when respawns are back up, I can just get summoned
right back over.
And once again, just as the Alliance were pulling up on my location, this game of cat and mouse had grown so fun for me that I wasn't even bothered by the fact we went another entire cycle with no drop. 9 hours remain, and here's where I execute my most dastardly bamboozle yet. I went straight back to Winterspring.
Jesus Christ.
Chapter 3 acquired.
Wow.
So I took a summon right back to
You are so
Ashenvale,
close.
despite the fact that there were no spawns. Just to fuck with the Alliance, really. But as soon as that first pack did respawn,
You were so fucking close.
We're gonna get square next. I got the fragment. Let's fucking go, guys! Let's do it! Sorry.
Wow, that hurt my ears.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scream.
There you go.
8 hours remain. Ashenvale had stolen 15 hours from me, but no more.
As I said, it's not 8 hours. It's more than that because you have extra time. You have extra time to go in and after the first person hits it. You have 8 more hours.
My green dragon farm had come to an end, and I was ready to get that fat chicken. With the Alliance closing in on our position, we did something no Horde player would ever do. Portal to Thunderbluff. Genius mix-up. This also let me take some meat out of the bank that I prepared earlier, like literally a year ago. I need 20 total for the quest, but I'll get 3 later. A few of us were then summoned to the Isle of Dread in Feralis to kill the unique Chimera elite Lord Lackmiran, and it is now later. See how efficient I am? I got the corpse of Lord Lackmiran and the rest of the meat that I needed in 1 kill.
The like lightning shield on
I've been
him.
planning this for years. Also, the Alliance raid saw that we were in Feralis and pulled up thinking we were at the Green Dragons, but they weren't. No one's there. By the time they figured out what we were doing, it was already too late. We had half the Kargat and started making the journey south to the Tainted Scar. It is here that I would get Chapter 2
hard to kill.
and I know it seems like I've like scripted this, but I got Chapter 2 on the first pull. Guys. Chapter 2 acquired. Next up, the Duskwood Nightmare fragment. To conquer the challenge that lay before me, I would need to this time gather a full raid, because unlike the other Nightmare fragments, this last fragment is dropped by a unique boss that can only be summoned by this quest. However, I can't just be standing around
Bro, I remember that guy used to do like a mind control or something like that. I had my mom off heal me whenever I did that boss. Like, she was healing me, like, way off in the distance, and then she would move out of range of the mind control to top me off, and then run away. Dude, oh my god, that's so crazy. It's like, that was literally, like, fucking, what was that, 12, 13 years ago? Wow.
Duskwood giving away our position, summoning people
dude,
as we invite them, because this boss we're about to fight is incredibly griefable. Much like a world boss, if you die to the Twilight Corruptor, he grows in size and strength, and because this boss actually hits hard, 1 death is all it can take for the encounter to quickly spiral out of control. If the Alliance show up here in Duskwood, it is absolutely GG no re for my Scarab Lord, because they will be able to just endlessly sacrifice themselves to the boss to ensure we can never kill him. Now more than ever, I need to be stealthy. Now more than ever, I need to be unpredictable. Now more than ever, I need to be a rogue. Ow. And God, I fucking love being a rogue. Because you already know I figured out exactly what we're gonna do. World buff alert. Is putting a fake world buff notice in the world buff Discord immoral? I'll let you decide. But I did what needed to be done because if the Alliance, who are definitely stalking this Discord, see that we are dropping a heart, they will probably assume that we are about to go raiding. And because I still do actually need to kill Onyxia and Ragnaros on this questline, it's the perfect plan. They think we're meeting up here to get a buff and then fly to Molten Core, but actually we're just gonna walk into Duskwood. I'm a genius. See?
This is where you
The
find
subterfuge of this and just like all of the mind games make it so much better. Holy shit.
Shaman love you or not.
Yeah, it's so sweaty for no reason.
10 minutes to buff everyone with the same shit.
It's so good. What we say? Oh, they didn't even get a buff. That sucks. Wow. It's a little adventure.
We had broken into Duskwood, and the Alliance / Whoing Me would know exactly what we were getting up to. And with Duskwood being so close to Stormwind, we had just shy of 10 minutes to kill this boss and get out, or it's done for. And I know that it might look like I'm just standing still here, but the boss starts spawning the moment I walk into the next subzone. So here, I'm waiting for my raid to get in position, because trust me, I've done this boss 10 times now. So outside of the getting larger mechanic, which I
He also does the mind control.
This boss basically does two things. The first move, which he spams,
I think so,
knocks
right?
you away and applies a dot that cannot be dispelled. And the second move is just a mind control.
Yes.
Yeah, just throw in a mind control. If you haven't already been able to tell yet, the main way we deal with this boss is to pull him back to this pillar, which lets the caster's line of sight, and the tanks don't have to worry about getting knocked away.
That's why I remember I had to solo the boss at level 80, is because if I did it with a group, people would get MC'd and they would kill me.
It's a problem for the melee. And yeah, I'd like to say we struggled with this boss, but again, this is the 11th time I've killed this thing. Anything short of a perfect pull would just be embarrassing.
This boss has also less health
This is
than
how
Rag.
people talk about classic WoW, like you don't just stand and hit.
Yeah. That's all.
Only 4 minutes had passed since we first entered
That's
Duskwood,
it.
but that was all the time we needed to get
There
the
it is.
fragment and get out. The Alliance raid had been thwarted once more, but I made no efforts to disguise our next move. In fact, of all the places we could have gone next, I picked the most obvious, because I'm disrespectful like that. Welcome to Moonblade. Buy my merch. With all 4 Nightmare fragments gathered, quest complete, it was time to
the
summon
green
Irenicus
dragon
from the Emerald Dream and purge him of his corruption once and for all. As we walk up to town alongside Remulus, I'm going to take this time to go over the Irenicus encounter using footage I got during other people's quest lines, because, you know, I've done this 10 times already. So this fight has 2 phases. In phase 1, shades continually spawn and run at literally whoever, doing tons of damage and AoE shadow bolts. Oh, and they can also AoE fear. Our strat is to hide inside this building out of line of sight, so they're more likely to target the town guards, so you can DPS them down in more manageable numbers. Oh, and yeah, you occasionally get like a big dude. So that's phase 1. If you haven't wiped to shades after a
Dude, this is... I can't believe they added all of this into the game, and it was only for the opening of the gates. This was just such a cool thing, man.
Amount of time each pull. Phase 2 begins.
Well,
All the
9.2
shades
Strabo
disappear
guide just
and
dropped,
Irenicus
just, you know,
descends from
I'll
the
watch it
sky.
after
And
this.
here it is my pleasure to get to show you this World of Warcraft classic exclusive dragon fight.
Wow.
Where you stand
and hit.
Oh,
there it is.
Come up with this. Around 20% health, a roleplay will begin. And during this, you can actually kill Irenicus if you really want to. But you're meant to wait so that he turns green and the quest completes. So, you know, like if you were an enemy raid looking to grief, you would maybe want to kill the dragon. Yeah? So that's the encounter we're about to start. After a short roleplay where the bad guy, you know, says the line, I'm gonna get you all. And then we're like, no, Irenicus, we're gonna purge you of your corruption, bitch. Combat begins.
Okay, everybody just gets behind there. It seems easy enough. Yeah, this was always an easy boss.
Here, Barney, and don't DPS.
This was never a struggle at all.
Yeah. Now, because we were pretty sure if I die, the quest fails, it was in my best interest that, for as long as possible, I should sit in the corner and do nothing. Said the Alliance spy from behind us. By the way, this is a neutral zone, so if any PvP breaks out, the town guards will swiftly put
they
the
just
culprits
attack
to
everybody.
death.
But
All
I
could
don't.
do
I
was
thought the
sit
town
back and
guards
hope
here
that
weren't
the
that powerful.
RNG in phase 1 was
I don't
good.
remember.
And everything was going pretty good until it didn't.
Yeah, it's about right.
This was a certified not good moment. I would now have to walk back down to Remulus, restart the escort, and try again. And we really didn't have this time to spare. As I started the RP for a second time, the Alliance dogs began to summon their raid of griefers right in front of me, taunting me. And they thought they were so smart too.
Oh look, you can't attack us.
Well, guess what? If you're showing up to grief an encounter where part of the encounter is that Shades will run to the closest person within line of sight, you probably don't want to summon your fucking team of morons where the Shades spawn. You were so close to catching me too. Off screen, the Alliance summoners die molding as they are ravaged by Shades. This buys us time to get into a favorable position from which we are able to secure a smooth phase 1. So really, I should be thanking the Alliance. Like really, I cannot understate just how useful it was to have like 6 or 7 bozos just die outside. After a few minutes of killing Shades, Aranicus descends and we get to experience some hidden content gameplay. Wow. I have never seen anything like this before.
Let's do it, boys.
Aranicus.
Just keep killing him.
On that note, we need to move to Onyxia. As my team started heading towards Onyxia's lair, I walked back to Remulus to hand in the quest. Quest complete. Wow! Green shard acquired! Thunderbluff portal for the
Barney's gonna be able to do
I
it.
didn't see coming. Blah, blah, blah.
But I'm telling you guys, like, there's no shot that Barney doesn't do it. There's no shot. Like, this is the easiest, like, this is... Every hard challenge has already been beaten.
Onyxia's lair. Remind yourself though, raids reset in literally a few hours. Finding people not yet locked to Onyxia was proving to be difficult, and it seemed getting a full 40-man raid together for this particular fight was going to be out of the question. 23 was the number of valiant heroes that would journey with me into the Dragon's Lair. A departure from the recommended 40 to be certain.
More than enough.
This fight is a marathon, not a sprint. If we all play like the smart genius gamers I know we are, this should be a piece of cake. Okay, listen the fuck up.
Okay.
You're gonna DPS very, very slowly. Now, and by slowly, I mean fucking slowly. If you get aggro, it means you're gonna lose 50 DK.
Okay, dude.
And watch the fucking tail.
6 hours left. It's so easy. Onyxia is the easiest boss in the game.
You know what I like about Classic? It doesn't matter how long you've played the game, what gear you have, or what bosses you have on farm. All it takes is for one greedy button press into a taunt resist, and now the mage has aggro. Good luck fixing it, and watch the fucking tail.
Oh my god.
No way they're gonna...
Many whelps! Left side!
Oh my...
Handle it!
What are they doing?
Wanted to say that. So we handle the whelps and then slowly take Onyxia through phase 1.
What are they doing?
Once she dips below 60%
It's
health,
so
she
easy.
transitions into phase 2, where she flies up into the air and starts launching fireballs at people. During this phase, only the ranged can hit her, and given that we only have 7 ranged and she stays up there till 40%, this is going to be a very long air phase. Also, I feel like I'm missing
3 people
something.
die.
Wait, if she stays up in the air, doesn't she start like covering the ground? I knew I was forgetting something. And it wasn't just me. Some of us were so used to this boss being dead already that we completely forgot she actually has mechanics and a moveset. What a Warcraft.
I never learned how to do the Onyxia breath. Because I always played tank, and I had so much health, I would just get healed. It wouldn't kill me.
Is one of those funny games where the better you become at the game, the worse you actually become at the game. And if that doesn't make sense to you, it's because you're bad, but that's a good thing, I promise. Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is truly bliss. Do you think my WoW logs make me happy? Do you think raiding makes me happy?
I hope
Listen
not.
up. There is no joy to be had from mastering World of Warcraft, okay? There is only pain. Nevertheless, we pushed through the longest phase 2 of my entire life. 6 people had perished, leaving only 17 of us to finish phase 3. And actually, Withers has aggro, so let's make that 7
the mage has
best.
aggro.
Phase
That's
3
great.
has a fear, by the way. And watch the fucking tail. But as I said earlier, this fight is a marathon, not a sprint. And even with no world buffs, even with 10 people dead,
It doesn't matter.
and even when I rip aggro at the last second
it does not
intentionally
matter.
and try to turn the boss to tail swipe the raid, hey, watch the fucking tail guy. This fight was
Oh my god. Got him. Fucking got him. And there's the chapter right there.
Take that,
Alrighty.
Chapter 6 acquired.
2 bags? It's as they say, scuffed equals stuff, which is why I find it no surprise K-Bay rolled a 100.
That's a
After
good
all,
roll.
Is there anything more scuffed than
2 bags?
Something weird to my benediction.
I dished out the loot, and then it was off to Tanaris to cash in on some dopamine points. I gave the goblin my meat, quest complete, and then he says he needs some salt and rocket fuel, which I already have. Quest complete. He then gives us a fat chicken, which we hand in to the engineer immediately.
Quest complete.
And we also hand in the goggles from Molten Core.
Right.
Speaking of Molten Core,
And you get
Ragnaros
the
has a
turban.
Draconic for Dummies chapter I need, and it is nearly 7 server time. The Winter Court had once again agreed to let me reach their raid because I'm just such a nice person. But really because I have, like, really good luck. I'm actually insufferable.
Gonna be you too.
Man, look at all this great
Ooh, big striker.
I understand why Final Boss recruited Barnaby at this point.
I could help you with
Why?
Because you bring the loot.
I have a double gut roll ripper.
Yeah, see, it's a curse. You don't get shit.
Yeah, I don't get the none. Now, I'm not going to try and conjure content where there is none to be found, because the truth is, this entire Molten Core was just an incredibly standard ordeal. Outside of the loot being really good, there really is nothing to talk about, because, you know, it's molten.
Do you guys remember whenever I did that run on my Warlock, who was level 51 for Molten Core, and the Talisman of Ephemeral Power dropped, and I looted it to my level 51 Warlock over all of the other mages and warlocks in the raid? Do you remember that? Yes. and then I got the Mage Blade too. And the Mage Blade dropped and I looted it to a level 51 warlock to myself. And then I finally got the character, leveled all the way to 60, and then I never played it again. I put on all the gear and I never played it again.
Now.
Problem solved.
We're in combat, so I could
Ninja
Those were the good days, guys.
Oh, yeah. Actually, none of our rogues need it. You're welcome.
I'm gonna take perditions and
Those
leave
were the good
Draconic
days.
for dummies. That's actually all I came for.
And fuck your quest and just say fuck it.
It was all a ruse to get rid of Gutgore Ripper.
They got
from the very start. Funny joke, right?
Barney actually has over 12 hours left. Over 12 hours. There's no way this isn't gonna happen.
Actually drops though.
No
Someone's
way.
up there taunting me. You think
100% it's gonna happen.
You?
Chapter 8 acquired.
It's all right.
Locked away deep within the Stormwind library sits Chapter
It's
5 of
so
Draconic
easy.
for
Just go
Dummies,
get
the
it.
final chapter I need to finish my
Just
tome.
go
But
get
at
it.
peak server hours with an Alliance raid following your every move, one
Just
does
go
not
get it.
simply stealth into Stormwind. And also, if I'm being honest, I've never even been there before. Like, I wouldn't even know where to go. But I do know someone that does. Meet Eddie. And where do I even begin with it?
What?
Even begin with Eddie, huh?
There
So
we
the
go.
thing with Eddie is, he doesn't really understand that he's not human anymore. Arthur's kind of
That
let
was so weird. Why? Why
this
is
guy
this happening?
marinate in the ground a little too long before raising him, and so
Okay.
with only like half a brain, he doesn't really get it. He
The
doesn't
quality
really
will
get
improve
the
in a
whole undead
minute.
thing. But that's okay because he's
Don't worry
harmless
about it.
and adorable. Look at this little guy. Long ago, the Horde and the Alliance of Grobulus came to an agreement that Eddie would be free to live and fish in Stormwind unbothered. Since can we please just let something
Yeah, it's
pure
a
exist
true
for
WoW
once? So
experience,
who
okay?
better to escort me through Stormwind than the one undead no Alliance
Yeah.
wants to kill? The one undead who has true diplomatic immunity. Okay, roleplay server. Don't fail me now.
Okay.
Library, I announced in human as I walked across the bridge into Stormwind City.
Where is the library?
Oh my god,
What
he's
are you
fluent in
doing,
human
Barney?
too. It was here that Eddie shows me a neat Stormwind trick. If you wave to the guards, they are legally obligated to stop pursuing you and wave back. By
What the
spamming a
fuck?
wave macro, you can effectively stun lock guards until you leave their aggro radius. This doesn't work on patrollers though, so keep that in mind as we approach.
I wonder who the first person who figured that out was. You know what I mean? Like, I really do. That's so fucking funny. Wow.
The city entrance, we had gathered quite the crowd, but stealth was never an option, so we just have to hope for the best here.
Where is the library?
Eddie asked again as he was approached by a swarm of guards that not even the greatest Osu legend would be able to wave macro into submission. I barely had enough time to utter library before we were both forced to take a quick nap. So rude.
Just fly in.
Right?
I'm just trying to acquire knowledge.
Two perfectly normal
Just
humans
fly.
having a stroll through Stormwind.
Take two.
We come bearing no ill will.
Asserted
fly.
Eddie as we woke back up in Stormwind. Oh my god, real Janie? Library?
We only seek your knowledge.
Library?
Where is the library?
Library? I was then assassinated by an off-screen menace for being annoying,
Barney's
I suspect.
throwing.
Barney, no.
At least they left Eddie alive. And he's the main character in
Oh
all
my
this.
God,
It's his
Barney's
Stormwind.
throwing.
We're just stealthing through it. Speaking
Oh
of,
my
I somehow
God.
managed to stealth through the trade district and reconvene with Eddie in the canals.
Hello.
Library?
Could you ladies guide us to the library?
Library?
Library.
Oh my god, they understand.
Yes.
Eddie proclaimed.
Where is it?
Mordrina beckons
This
us
is
over
it.
and
It's
starts
over.
leading us somewhere.
It's
Are
over.
these night elves bothering you fine humans?
I said no
Yes.
as Eddie responded.
They seem nice.
Wish I could say the same for the racist guards. I said to Eddie as we waited in the canals
Oh,
for the
the
heat to
sewer
die
beast.
down. You know I've drowned people in here.
That never happened.
It did. I just can't be bothered to find the footage right now.
Library,
course.
here we come.
Going into this, I
It's the
didn't
same
know
whenever
what
I
to
soloed,
expect, but if you
Mythic
told me that I
Savants.
would have a considerable Alliance entourage escorting me to the library, I would have said, yeah, right. At what point do they slit my throat? But here we are, just taking a nice leisurely stroll through the
I don't believe it. I do not believe this. Like, there's no way Barney gets in, gets the thing, and leaves. There's no way. Somebody is gonna fuck it up.
A few minutes later, we arrived at the
I
library
don't
where I
believe
was
it.
met with multiple guards and some fucking dweeb named Brungus. Fucking Brungus. And
Fucking, I knew it. Brungus, man. Brungus is holding down the fort. Brungus is keeping up the spirit of the Alliance. Okay, he's not into that cross-faction collusion bullshit. He's out there to really fight and go to war.
Brungus cut me down just before I managed to collect the chapter 2. The bastard. But he wasn't gonna get me a second time. I revived, popped a limited invulnerability potion, and enjoyed my 5 seconds of invulnerability as I collected the final chapter of Draconic for Dummies. And you cannot kill me in a way that matters now, Brungus.
It's over, Brungus.
Brungle bitch.
All chapters acquired.
You got
and
it!
And so ended the first of many adventures with Eddie. The latter I'm sure you will never see because I'm already over my 1 video per year quota. Yeah. Do you feel that though? That chill in the air? Something's not right. As I flew to Tanaris, I couldn't help but sense an unsettling aura on the wind. I had just literally walked into Stormwind and obtained the final chapter with barely any resistance. Where was the raid of griefers? They didn't even show up. Maybe they'll jump me at the engineer, I thought, as I pulled up to finally hand in a completed Draconic for Dummies. Quest complete. There was nary an alliance to be seen. This is the part of the questline where the engineer informs us that he is 99% certain he can create the Arcanite Baba Booey. If he gets a few more items. But don't worry, these are all items I prepared earlier. In fact, this exact quest is why for months, even before bug farming, I was deep in the hives of Silithus farming rich thorium.
There you go.
And I didn't care who I had to step on to get to them.
Lame,
If something
bro.
was going to stop me from getting Scarab Lord, it sure as fuck wasn't going to be RNG gems from mining nodes. Quest complete. And finally, I obtained my Arcanite
Baba Booey.
With one last boss to go and the Alliance griefers nowhere to be seen, I took my summon to Azshara with a great big smile. That mount is so close I can taste it. And then I looked to my left.
I forgot about this part.
Oh no!
Holy shit!
No!
Oh! Oh no! In the final hours, it's a battle in the water.
The underwater combat. The best way to
Jesus Christ! They'll win. They'll win. Summon the boss now. Go. Well, they're dead.
Stupid.
Get their insignia.
What the fuck were they thinking? The Alliance, as is customary around these parts, had completely failed to put a dent in our magnificent Horde war machine.
I remember he was bigger back in the day.
Baba Booey and summoned
he was
the fish
bigger.
who swallowed the blue scepter.
They made him smaller
and
in
this is
Classic
where,
WoW.
right on time, the healers
way
fall
bigger.
asleep.
Look at that, dude. Just like Kazakh. Exactly, just like Kazakh.
He's gonna eat me! Oh my god!
No way you're gonna wipe on this boss. No way. It's impossible. It's impossible. Nobody can wipe on this boss.
Hey, fuck him up. Oh, fuck it up. Hey!
Get him. There it is.
Holy
shit.
Barney. Get a combat res on Barney. Combat res on Barney B.
Can we get a combat res on Barney B, guys?
Wow! Blue shard acquired.
There it is.
Barney, go to Anachronos now before he gets fucking griefed.
Oh my
Where do you think
god.
I'm going? Yeah, thanks for that pearl of wisdom. Like, where else was I gonna go? Because now that I had collected all 3 scepter shards, it was time to pay Anachronos one final visit. I handed in the green shard.
Do it faster.
I handed in the blue shard.
Do it, come on,
I
please.
am the Might of Kalimdor. Quest
Yes.
complete. With a scepter
Yes.
of the shifting sands.
Yes!
Yes!
Oh. So you're probably wondering, but wait, doesn't that mean you get the mount? We're getting to that. We're getting to that. Just hold on, okay?
No.
The story's not over. The perceptive among you will have noticed that there are
Bro,
still...
like, this is the worst thing, is whenever the good ending happens, and you look at the length of the movie, and you see it's not over.
a few quests to go. These take place in Silithus and unlock at midnight after a brief server restart. This is the countdown that I've been referencing the whole video. And so, with 30 minutes to spare, I made it to the Scarab Gong, sipped my petrification potion to prevent getting griefed when I logged back in, and logged off.
Smart.
5 hours later.
Hello?
Okay.
Harangue it. Nobody's ringing.
No one.
Ring there is no capacity. Nobody can ring it.
not
The
available.
entire
Yeah.
area is like
Just ring it. So yeah, the servers were so laggy in Silithus Sorry, I'm watching the footage. So, what else was gonna happen? Oh, I
What?
have to laugh. If I don't laugh, I'll cry. At the mercy of the Blizzard servers, we stood before the gong for hours on end, with the monotony only broken up by the occasional reveal that, hey, you've actually been dead this whole time. And then, as I waited beyond death's wispy veil for a res that I definitely clicked like 5 minutes ago.
No!
Fuzi of Final Boss had rung the gong.
It was Fuzi! Fuzi!
If you didn't expect this to happen, I don't know what world you're living in.
Finally, we get the fuck out of this place.
But if you think that means things are gonna start
Just
getting
get it.
any less laggier, you are wrong. We are literally just getting started, actually,
Oh my
because now
God.
the war event begins. But let's just do this bit first, because I don't want to end on an anticlimax, and we need to get to this part at some point. So,
Oh,
and this
God.
is the part of the video that, like, I just have really not wanted to do, and I really don't even want to fucking record it, to be honest. If I sound
No
salty,
way.
it is what it is. So this is the part.
No
where,
fucking way.
as you can tell, my
No
Scarab Lord
fucking
story
way.
comes to an end.
No, I don't
This
believe
lag.
it.
I
No.
wasn't lying when I said I didn't just spend the last 18 or so months with the mouth hidden in my bank. And it's so lame to blame someone else, like when you fuck up, right? But like, it's because of Blizzard's fucking stupid ass, laggy ass. Oh, come on, you thought that was how it was gonna end? Do you guys not know me at all? What did I say? You're already in my web. You just don't know it yet. I can do anything I put my mind to because my mind would not put me to do things I can't. And because of this, I'm a Scarab Lord, quest complete. And I kept it secret this whole time.
Yes!
You wanna know how I did it? You wanna know how I streamed every day without you guys ever seeing the fucking mount? It really wasn't in my bank. Because I deleted it. And then I've just been like restoring it every 6 weeks using item restoration. But yeah, get owned. Oh, I can say it now. Yes,
Oh my
I
God.
did get Scarab Lord. Yes, I do have the mount.
Oh
I'm
my
swag as hell.
God.
And I kept it secret from all of you this whole time. But now, if I may, I'd like
What?
to say a few words. You see, I did this entire questline 11 times. So I'm kind of like a Scarab Lord 11
Yes.
times over when you really think about it. 11 full Scarab
Yes.
Lord questlines. I was there for all of them. If we weren't doing a quest, I was in Silithus farming. Except for the peaceful DKP. And that's not even mentioning the wipes and the failed attempts that we had on some of these quests. So let's just get one thing straight.
Oh
I'm not
my
just a
God.
Scarab Lord. I'm the Scarab Lord. No one suffered more than me on this quest line. Oh, you think you did? I've spent every day for the past 18 months looking at footage of Silithus. Looking at footage of this quest line. Did you? No. So it is only appropriate that I use my unique position as both a record-holding player and deranged content creator to make the following ask. Blizzard, you gotta make the fucking mount fly, man. Please, Blizzard, please, 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 please. The only people who would be against this are people who are butthurt that they didn't get the mount. And like, fuck those people.
Do
'Cause
it.
I have the mount. I wanted to fly. Wrath of the Lich King
Scarab
is my
Lord Barney.
favorite expansion.
Holy
And we know you're gonna do Wrath of the Lich King Classic. So please let me fly on my Scarab Lord mount in Wrath of the Lich King Classic. I would be so happy. In conclusion, please. Okay, enough begging.
the
It's
mount
time
on
to
the
move on to the
store.
next part of the quest. Well, you thought that we were done just because I got the mount? Yeah, me too. But no, it turns out there is one more quest left. However, it's not available for completion until after the 10-hour war. What's the 10-hour war, you ask? Well, whilst I do believe that it is far too late in the video now to start doing more exposition, now that the gates of Anchorage are open, the horrors locked away 1,000 years ago have once again been set loose on Silithus and the world of Warcraft. All around the map, resonating crystals will emerge from the terrain, bringing Karaji invasions with them. If you push back enough ads, eventually a unique mob will spawn who, when killed, can drop incredibly rare bind-on-equip gear,
Yep.
like Tibu's Blazing Longsword or
Yep.
Alcor's Sunraiser. But not
imagine
just
that.
this. 3 Colossi will also spawn in Silithus,
Yep.
1 per hive. And they are fucking huge, by the way. The biggest creatures in the game by far. And fighting these titans is no joke either, because every so often they do this. Whoa!
Open your map. Open your map.
What?
Yep.
God, this event is so cool.
They bring this back every year in retail WoW now. God damn.
You forgot you parked
Wow,
the car.
that's so badass.
It's back.
Oh my god.
Oh, John, there it goes, there it goes.
Wait.
On the mount too.
There it goes. See, look, there goes everything.
Ooh. You record that?
That is so fucking
Nice.
funny, man. Oh my god.
And then, 10 hours later, it was time to finish the quest line. I took a summon from inside Anchorage, or rather inside a wall inside Anchorage, don't worry about it, and slowly stealthed my way through the first Alliance blockade. Risking full world buffs moments before I was due to raid AQ40, I perfectly, literally frame perfectly to the point where my GTFO add-on detected I got hit, slipped out through the gates of Anchorage. One last time, I climbed that all too familiar staircase of dreams to gates of
Bro, that warrior saw him.
to the point where my GTFO add-on detected I got.
See it? He fucking saw him right there. Right there, he saw him.
I hit, slipped out through the gates of Anchorage. One last time, I climbed that all too familiar staircase of dreams to receive my final reward. A dagger upgrade. Beekeeper's log. 22nd of August. So now that the event is all finished, there's a bunch of new quests in Silithus that let you grind reputation with the Cenarian Circle, and I don't really know what we're doing. All I know is I need to get exalted because there's some item I need, so we're gonna meet up with them.
Talk to this guy. You're like, hey, papers, give me it.
Oh,
like, okay.
signed.
And then you bring him back.
What's combat assignment?
What a
logistics,
fucking
or
adventure.
tactical? What's what? So this is for Earthstrike.
What
So
an
let's do combat.
absolute fucking adventure.
Oh, there's like 4 of these things in there.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's 4. Each class is to kill 30 of a certain kind of bug.
Wait, we gotta kill. Wait, we have to kill more bugs?
Oh no.
Are you kidding me?
Wow. Holy shit. Oh my god. I think this might be one of the best WoW. I think this might be the greatest WoW series ever made. I really do.
In Magic the Gathering, some of the most expensive cards are some of the old.
People are hating on the Chainsaw Man anime for the CGI. If you didn't know, MAPPA didn't just use CGI in the Chainsaw Man anime. Chainsaw Man episode 1, from the opening theme to the actual episode itself, felt like a literal movie. Because it's not just plain CGI. It feels like traditional animation combined with
This is what's known as an impossible Minecraft triangle, and even though I constructed this thing, I fully understand how it works. It still really hurts my brain. But then again, it doesn't really take much to make my brain hurt. This variation on the theme is definitely something that I enjoy. I especially like those stairs, but I still think we can take this further. What about if we simulate regular Minecraft terrain as an impossible triangle? This looks absolutely glorious, but with that being said, it does have a tiny bit of a giveaway. I guess it's time for me to spill the beans. As I'm sure most of you have guessed, this is a trick of perspective. So we've got a little L shape of land and then a pokey up bit, and if we line up these elements perfectly, we end up with the impossible triangle. Same thing goes for this one and for this one. Now, with all of that in mind, how on earth do you think I constructed this thing? This thing right here, this impossible Minecraft structure with minecarts looping around it. How has this been made? I'd love to hear your thoughts and suggestions, and I'll let you know tomorrow. This is what's known as an impossible Minecraft triangle, and even though I constructed
the zoo, animals, balloons, moats, cages, a fun time for the whole family. But you don't care about that. You're a zebra. You're here for the unparalleled dining experience of hand-fed zebra food. Delicious. Hey, wait, don't eat. That's for the zebras. It's making you sick. What are you doing? Jesus, why have they left all the zebra feeding to the people who come to the zoo? Is that the only way the zebras can get food? They're so hungry. What the fuck is happening? We're out of zebra food, okay? There's no food left. Don't come to the zoo. This was supposed to be a commercial for zebras, targeted to zebras. The premise itself was questionable, but this is a nightmare. Don't go to the zoo. Stay away from the zoo. Oh God, what are you doing in the booth? Get out! Get out! You're mad! What?
I guess I can't blame Dad for being confused about what to do with the zebra food. Also, I have no idea why they're running this ad, like, on a loop. There were
This guy came out of his house on Halloween dressed as Michael Jackson, but all of the neighbors...
Going out with Mr. Beast thing was super anxiety provoking. You'd get comments saying like, oh, she's gonna break his heart, she's gonna be a gold digger, but they don't even know my name. Most people don't even know it's me dating him, but like every now and then he talks about a girlfriend, which is me. I don't take it seriously at all. Like, I know this is the process that's going to take place, is people are gonna assume the worst, of course. Going out with Mr. Beast thing was super anxiety.
The masks that I've been making are kind of hard to breathe in, so I added some nose holes. This is almost as satisfying as picking your nose when I'm making these holes. My man, those holes are smooth.
The fastest trade-up challenge in Pokemon history.
Here you go. I'll take it. Yo, question for you. You got anything to trade for this? I'll take it. Hey man, you got anything to trade for this? I'll take it. Hey man, you got anything to trade for this? I'll take it. Hey, yo, Farrah, I got this gold secret rare.
Nice card.
You want to trade for it?
Trade up?
Yeah.
Trade up?
You got something else? Oh, milk it. Thank you, thank you. Hey, you got anything to trade for this?
Charizard.
All right, let's see it. Done.
The fastest trade-up challenge in Pokemon.
These are the top 5 enchantments of all time. Rhystic Study is an honorable mention while it's very powerful in command.
Let's go over some of my favorite conversation starter watches. This is the Ambush Timeless Watch bracelet. It doesn't tell you anything. This is the Anicorn Redundant Watch. People love to look at it and be like, oh, it's a clock face pointing to other clock faces. This is the Breakfast Watch by Projects, and people love the cutlery, hour, minute, and second hands. This is the Clock 2. People will come from across a room and ask me, how the hell do you read that? The answer is, you just hit the button. 10 past 12. This is the Devon Tread 2. People have asked me if it's a Richard Mille because of the, general shape of it. It's a belt-driven watch, so it can go like this. Let's go over some of my favorite conversation starter watches. This is the Ambush Timeless Watch bracelet. It doesn't tell you anything. This is the Anicorn Redundant Watch. People love to look at it and be like, oh, it's a clock face pointing to other clock faces. This is the Breakfast Watch by Projects, and people love the cutlery, hour, minute, and second hands. This is the Clock 2. People will come from across a room and ask me, how the hell do you read that? The answer is, you just hit the button. 10 past 12. This is the Devon Tread 2. People have asked me if it's a Richard Mille because of the, general shape of it. It's a belt-driven watch, so it can go like this. Let's go over some of my favorite conversation starter watches. This is the Ambush Timeless Watch bracelet. It doesn't tell you anything. This is the Anicorn Redundant Watch. People love to look at it and be like, oh, it's a clock face pointing to other clock faces. This is the Breakfast Watch by Projects, and people love the cutlery, hour, minute, and second hands. This is the Clock 2. People will come from across a room and ask me, how the hell do you read that? The answer is, you just hit the button. 10 past 12. This is the Devon Tread 2. People have asked me if it's a Richard Mille because of the, general shape of it. It's a belt-driven watch, so it can go like this. Let's go over some of my favorite conversation starter watches. This is the Ambush Timeless Watch bracelet. It doesn't tell you anything. This is the Anicorn Redundant Watch. People love to look at it and be like, oh, it's a clock face pointing to other clock faces. This is the Breakfast Watch by Projects, and people love the cutlery, hour, minute, and second hands. This is the Clock 2. People will come from across a room and ask me, how the hell do you read that? The answer is, you just hit the button. 10 past 12. This is the Devon Tread 2. People have asked me if it's a Richard Mille because of the, general shape of it. It's a belt-driven watch, so it can go like this. Let's go over some of my favorite conversation starter watches.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of dogs that have pain in their neck.
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
Dirty water.
Holy crap.
This shark expert was about to jump in the water, but was pretty lucky they didn't. Nobody was hurt, and the shark eventually swam away. The scientist grabbed some slices of cheese from the grocery store and put them under a microscope. He found little microscopic pieces of plastic scattered throughout the cheese. Food that is processed in a factory contains more plastic compared to food that isn't made in a factory. These students were playing musical chairs when one student thought of a big brain move.
Oh, that kind of slipped out, excuse me.
This cat and dog set up a system where the cat will knock the food off the counter and the dog will eat it when it lands on the floor.
Officer, arrest me! Arrest me, officer!
That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
People are.
Once you pop. These are hard.
First up tonight is a Devon-based entrepreneur.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Siobhan Miller. I am a mum to 3 boys.
When it comes to business, resting on her laurels is not part of Siobhan's vocabulary.
Thank you.
It's definitely not been easy. I've made a lot of sacrifices, mainly sleep, social time, time with my family. For many years, it's just been myself working day and night to make the business what it is today.
Make your birth better. We were just talking about this over lunch. Were we? We were. I think you just stepped out for a moment. Did I just go completely glazed?
Will the entrepreneur's pitch hold the dragon's attention more than Sarah's lunchtime table talk?
Hi, Dragons. I'm Siobhan Miller. I'm the founder of the Positive Birth Company. I'm a mum of 3. And I am on a mission to make antenatal and postnatal education and support more accessible for everyone. Better education and better support reduces the risk of intervention, reduces the risk of postnatal depression, and saves the NHS money. I started teaching hypnobirthing in 2016, and it's fair to say I've worked tirelessly ever since alongside raising my children to grow the business to what it is today. Alongside offering group classes and private one-to-one coaching, we are home to the multi-award-winning Digital Pack, the world's most affordable, accessible and fully comprehensive online hypnobirthing program. And we're the creators of Freya, the world's first hypnobirthing-friendly virtual birth partner app. Freya will coach you through every single contraction that you experience with a simple breathing technique and help you to relax in between with a mix of positive affirmations and calming visualizations. In the last year, our turnover has been in excess of £1 million, with a gross profit of over 95% and a net profit of approximately 75%. I'm here today to ask for an investment of £136,000 in exchange for 1% equity in the business. Thank you.
Hypnobirthing courses and support is the prospect on offer from Siobhan Miller. She's asking for £136,000 in exchange for just 1% of her company. Sarah Davies is first to examine the business opportunity.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
So I'm really keen to know a little bit more about, you know, $1 million turnover is a pretty impressive place to get the business to. What's that journey been? How long have you been working towards this?
I suppose it started, I became a mum when I was 21, but my birth was really traumatic. So that sort of left me with a lot of postnatal anxiety. So then 7 years later, when I was pregnant with my second son, I discovered hypnobirthing, and it just changed everything for me. I went on to give birth at home on the sofa, and I felt like an absolute hero. And I just thought, this is what I want to do. I want every woman to feel like this. And then in 2017, I made a whole series of free videos. I put those up on YouTube. They've been watched hundreds and hundreds of thousands of times. Then I went on to develop the online course, which we launched in March 2018, and it really quickly took off.
So last year, your turnover was $1 million, and so do you still own 100% of the company?
I do, yes.
Well, honestly, you've blown me away. That's super impressive.
Thank you.
Soaring sales for a relatively infant business have clearly impressed Sarah Davies. And it looks like Tej Lalvani is in harmony with the entrepreneur.
You probably know that pregnancy health is a specialist area of interest for me. So it all sounds interesting, and I'd love to understand how you make money.
So the app is $2.99. Currently, we have around 6,000 people download every single month, but the app only represents 9% of our revenue. The majority of it, 76% of our sales mix, is from the digital pack.
And how much do you sell that course?
£39. It gives you a year's access to the course.
So look, the digital pack sounds interesting, but the other thing that's definitely caught my interest is your valuation.
Yes.
It's over £13 million.
13.6 million. I know your eyebrows will be raised.
They are definitely being raised.
Yes.
So how did you get to that valuation?
Well, you'll be pleased that it wasn't me that carried out the sums. I have an accountant, and it was a team of accountants worked on the valuation over several weeks. And what they've done is work it down to the net profit, what will be left in the bank for the next 5 years, and extending for the timeline of the business.
Yeah. So I think this is where businesses probably make quite a big mistake when they use advisors. It's not just about the financial results of that business. They've forgotten about the very thing that's the most important. You are the business. If you're not there anymore, the company's gone.
Right.
That's what happens.
Hopefully I don't go anywhere.
No, but
hopefully nothing happens to me.
No, and I've absolutely hoped nothing happens, but you take you out of this business, there's nothing left because you have no ownership structure, you have nothing in place.
Oh, you mean like I'm not replaceable in the business?
Well, you're not. You've generated all of this. So sadly, if something happens to you, this business is in dire straits.
Siobhan is snapped back to reality as Peter Jones expresses concern over the viability of her venture's valuation. But Deborah Meaden has some positive affirmations that may restore the entrepreneur's sense of serenity.
I love it when somebody just does the thing that they want to do well, and as the outcome of that, you make money.
I love my job. Like, I literally love my job.
I can see. It's not my thing.
No.
I haven't even got children.
Yeah.
You know, so it feels a little not authentic.
Yeah.
For me to get involved in a business that is deeply authentic. You know, it would feel like I was just doing it for the money. It would almost detract from the thing that I think you are trying to achieve. So I won't be investing, I'm out.
Deborah Meaden feels her participation would prevent the project from being the real McCoy and stands down from the deal. And it seems that Peter Jones has also made up his mind.
I have an issue with the business in terms of the valuation. You've come in so high, like the highest valuation we've probably ever had in the den. I'm not over the line with it.
Okay.
So sadly, I'm going to say I'm out.
You know, When I was pregnant, I bought a hypnobirthing book.
Oh, yeah?
And I loved the thought of it. And then I was high risk with both my pregnancies. And so I had to go onto a high dependency ward and go through a controlled labour. And I always resented those people who got to do the thing that I wanted to do that I kind of had taken away from me. So I've always shut out this whole hypnobirthing thing.
Okay.
However, you are brilliant. So for all I decided right at the beginning, this was for those airy-fairy people and
You're
not
not
me.
alone in thinking that. You know, so many people write off hypnobirthing because they think it's for hippies and that, and they think it's just for those people giving birth at home.
Siobhan, a skill you need to learn is when somebody's on a positive roll and everything's
let me go.
going really well, I would let it roll.
Sorry. Sorry.
For all the reasons I explained, I'd like to make you an offer.
Oh, thank you.
So I will offer you all of the money for 7%.
Thank you.
At last, an offer from a dragon, albeit at 7 times the equity Siobhan was hoping to give away. Tej Lalvani already has a hand in the antenatal arena. Will he be interested in a potential partnership with the positive birthing guru?
So look, I think you've done very well. In terms of where I'm coming from, I think there are a lot of synergies, and it just sits exactly where I'm in terms of my business. So I'm going to make you an offer. I'm going to offer all of the money, but I'd want 10% of your business.
Siobhan, you know I'm in the baby business.
Yes.
I'm looking at this and saying, well, if I were to invest, what could I bring to the party?
Yeah.
Retailers, tick. Product development, tick. I tick all the boxes. I think I would give you all of the money.
God, it's happening.
You're gonna cry. You know
Feel a
what?
bit emotional.
You know what I want yet. It's definitely not 1%.
Can't believe it.
Yeah. I would give you all of the money, but I want 10%. And if Tej wanted to share, I would be interested.
I'm open to sharing with Tuka. He does add a lot of value in other areas, and we've got investments in the baby space as well together.
A deal is within touching distance for Siobhan as baby business bigwigs Tej Lalvani and Tuka Suleiman combine with an offer of 10% split between them.
Siobhan, I think the time is to go and practice those hypnobirthing breathing techniques at the back of the den.
I'll do just that. Thank you.
Also on the table is a more competitive ask of 7% from Sarah Davies. However, both bids are way wide of the 1% Siobhan originally presented. Will the hypnobirth expert be able to stay calm and focus on brokering a better deal?
Right, thank you for the offers, obviously. 10% or even 7%, but 10%, that's very steep amount of equity for the value of the business. So I wondered if there was room for negotiation there on that.
What I might be prepared to do is, if I got my money back in 18 months, drop the equity down to 7%, provided Tuka is willing to drop as well.
Well, I would match that. So it's 5% each, falling down to 3.5% each when we get our money back.
This is difficult. Would you do the falling instead of 3.5%, 3% each, so that it would be ending up owning 6% of the business?
I'll say yes.
Yeah, smile. Yes, I'll agree to that.
So I think I'm really sorry. Like, I know you'd be a massive asset, but I think I'll go with Taj and 2K.
That's a yes.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you.
A win for Siobhan, but there's still one small matter to clear up.
Just to let you know, your business partners are Tej and Tuka.
Sorry, what am I saying?
Taj and Tuki.
I'm really sorry.
And with that resolved, the entrepreneur leaves the den with 2 well-connected dragons for the price of 1.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. To come out with Tej and Tuka, who both have experience in the industry, it's beyond what I was dreaming. So it's amazing.
This is all about Taj and Tuke.
Yes.
Our national taste for coffee has gone up market in recent years, but we still spend over £1 billion a year on the instant variety. The convenience is obviously highly valued. And our next entrepreneur, Carrie Bates, thinks she can cash in on that. Forget the tea bag, she wants to infuse new life into the coffee bag.
My name is Carrie and I'm the founder of the Little Coffee Bag Company. I'm here today to ask for £100,000 in exchange for 25% of my business. I first had my business idea in the summer of 2011 when my husband was taking our son camping. I was trying to think of a way that he could enjoy a coffee in the middle of a field without the need for a cafetiere or filter machine, and decided that he needed something like a tea bag but with ground coffee in. I did find coffee bags available, but was so disappointed with them, I decided that I could do a better job myself. For the following 12 months, I designed my packaging and invested in the machinery to be able to manufacture the coffee bags from our small holding in Shropshire. And we launched our product 2 weeks later in Harvey Nichols. I also supply a small number of high-end hotels, and I've also been approached by an investment company in Dubai that would like exclusive distribution rights to the United Arab Emirates. Thank you. How would you like your coffee?
Milk, no sugar, please.
Sam?
Same.
A polite, if not slightly nervous pitch from this Shropshire-based entrepreneur. She's looking for £100,000 for a 25% stake in her business. Peter Jones is first to question the entrepreneur.
Is it Carrie?
Yes.
Carrie, hi.
Hello.
I was just very intrigued because I kept on looking at the table while you're pouring the coffee, and I can see my book on the table.
Yeah. There's a quote in this book. I picked this book up and there was a quote. I opened the book and it fell to this page and I read it. The secret is to take an existing product, service or concept and then take it up a level by applying your own vision and creativity. And that, I feel, is what I've done with this.
Amen.
Wow.
So thank you, Peter.
Wow.
He did.
I did,
There's quite a good few facts in there.
Thank you.
A rare moment of modesty for Peter Jones. And while Carrie might have earned herself some brownie points, Piers Linney wants to understand more about the potential for this business to grow.
But if you look at your sort of, look at hotels, for example, and that high-end market, as you begin to sort of segment it, as you come down, there are certain hotels that probably wouldn't care. How big does your business get? That's my question, really.
Well, for every 1,200 rooms, there would be just over £100,000 turnover. So for 12,000 rooms, it would be just over £1 million turnover, and the 12,000 rooms would still be less than 1% of the rooms available in this country.
Gary, what's the price point for the coffee bags you sell into hotels?
The price point is 16 pence per sachet, and they cost 9.6 pence to make, and that's including the labour.
Are you not getting any resistance from hotels on that price?
Well, I can see it would be prohibitive for some hotels.
Yeah.
doubts from Duncan Bannatyne over Carrie's ambitious plans to see her coffee bags in hotel chains across the UK. Now, Kelly Hoppen wants to get to grips with the retail side of the business.
What does it cost you to make a box like this?
It cost me £4.55 to put the box together like that, and I sell to Harvey Nichols at £7.50, and they retail for £14.95.
Okay, and have Harvey Nichols reordered?
Not at the moment, but we're exclusive with Harvey Nichols until July.
So, how many do you sell online at £14.95?
I think I've sold around £400 worth, which isn't enormous.
Yeah.
I'll say where I am, Carrie. I think you're fantastic. I think what you've done is absolutely fantastic, and it just shows how anyone can build a business and create a business if they really work hard and really get excited about it. But I'm not convinced that this business will ever make enough money really to give me a return. But I've got to say I'm out.
Kerry, the first thing I wrote on my pad, actually, when you showed me what it was, I said, simple idea. It's a simple idea, it's a great idea, but I'm not sure I would make the return that I would want. So I wish you well, but I'm out.
Two dragons have declared themselves out in quick succession. Will the other multimillionaire investors find a taste for her coffee business?
Carrie, this isn't new. It's something that you've adapted. You've taken this to a new level, and I think you've actually gone even further. And I think you've got a business that could be very, very big, actually. And I don't want to say probably too much, because I might be doing myself an injustice here, because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking you are more than just investable. I think the business, the brand is fantastic. You've got some amazing ideas. I think it's very exciting. So I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to get the ball rolling. So I'm going to make you an offer. I'm going to offer you all of the money, £100,000, and I'd like 33 1/3%.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you want to accept now, or do you want to see what the others have to say?
I feel that it would not be correct.
No, fair enough.
Right,
Fair enough.
yes. Carrie, this is an interesting one, Carrie, because you present really well. You come across really well. You actually reflect the product really well. You know, I can see how this came from you, which I love. So I'm also going to make you an offer. At the risk of mirroring Peter, I'm going to make you the same offer, which is all of the money for 33 1/3, which is 1/3 of the business.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please me. Okay, I'll make you an offer. So all the money for 1/3 of the company, so 33 1/3%.
Thank you.
Now, what are you going to do?
It's a rare occurrence in the den. 3 competing offers, and they're all asking for exactly the same equity in exchange for investment. The tables have turned, and Carrie now has to make a decision.
I just don't know what to do. I mean, where do you see me pushing my product forward, Deborah? Do you have like routes to market in mind, or?
Hotels, certainly. Now, once you've owned that market, then you can start bringing out other products and then filter out. And then make lots of money and sell it.
So I think what you're doing is right. So you've gone in at the right place in the market. I think the hotels need to establish this brand. I think you're doing that quite well, and I think any of us here really can get you into have the conversations with the retailers you need and those kind of contacts. I know a board director of M&S, and they would take this with your brand.
Would you mind talking to me about your thoughts?
No, I don't. I mean, I instantly loved it. But one thing that really struck me also was the fact, I think that one area that could be huge for this business is the hamper market.
I have been approached by a couple of London hamper companies.
Well, I own Red Letter Days, and in there, as you probably know, we're extremely large in hamper sales. And I think that the international marketplace is an area to also explore as well.
I am erring towards Deborah and Pete at the moment, and wondered whether you would like to have a joint input together.
Becoming a bit of a habit, actually, Peter.
Wow, there's me in the middle again. Look.
Sorry.
I'd be more than happy to split my investment with Deborah if she's willing to split it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think it would work very well.
I'd like to accept both of your offers, please.
Excellent.
Wow.
Thank
Well
you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Where do I start? Thank you.
The entrepreneur that took a leaf out of Peter Jones's book now walks away with his money, and that of another highly experienced dragon in Deborah Meaden.
I didn't have a brilliant education. My brother passed away when I was 15 and really affected my education terribly. It feels that everything I've gone through led to this moment. Deborah and Peter can see the hard work that I've put in, and that means the world.
Sorry about the delay. Here's Jack.
Wow. The dragons. I can't believe I'm in front of the dragons for the first time ever. Well, I'm here on behalf of David Field, who's setting up a company called Virtual Puppet, and it uses technology like the sort of technology you're seeing right here. Virtual Puppet is offering you 30% stake in the company for £200,000. Virtual Puppet has an exclusive license to market this system with all the integral operating systems that make what you're seeing here possible. To my left you have Ali Cord. He actually invented this system, and that's really it actually. That's about the long and short of it. Okay, thank you.
Puppeteer David Field and motion capture specialist Ali Cord need a £200,000 investment to market their innovative system, which instantly animates cartoon characters. Weaving David's alter ego into the pitch has certainly grabbed the dragon's attention, but it's left Duncan Bannatyne frustrated as to what the business is actually about.
So you put these contraptions on yourself and you stand behind the screen and you become a cartoon character?
That's right, yeah.
Why?
It's a new medium of communication, really. It's great fun, but many people have tried to do it for years. It has been done, but computer processing power is only really now available on a mass market to make this affordable.
So it's affordable?
It is affordable.
Okay, what does it cost?
We're marketing this system for £20,000.
That's very affordable, isn't it? Yeah, what's it cost you before you sell it for £20,000?
10,400.
So it costs you 10,000, you sell it for 20,000.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your customer?
Well, we're gearing it towards branding companies, experiential marketing companies, exhibition organisers, high street or department stores.
But how many of these contraptions have you sold?
Well, we're just bringing it to market now.
Let me answer my own question.
Okay.
And you tell me if I got it right. You've sold none.
No, I've got book. We've got.
You've sold none.
Okay, I've sold none, but I've. Yeah, you're right. Okay, we've sold none. But it's not just the units; it's actually having characters. Where this is a multiple.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. When you said this was affordable,
yeah,
and you told me it was £20,000, I
Yeah.
assumed it was £20,000 and somebody could buy it and could do all the things with it. So now it's £20,000. Plus you have to buy characters or something.
Absolutely.
I prefer looking at the character than you.
I'm listening to him.
Go behind the screen.
Just stay there.
And do it from behind the screen, because I think it'd be probably more interesting.
Okay.
See if you can do the whole pitch behind the screen.
Do you really want me to do that?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
The dragons might be warming to David's gremlin, but they're struggling to grasp how a setup this expensive will ever secure significant sales.
If I buy this system for £20,000, do I get a character with it for free?
You do, yeah. We design a character, yeah.
One character?
Yeah.
If I want more characters, how much?
It really depends on what you want. We've got...
If you really want this conversation to continue, you're going to have to be very, very precise with stop using all this, it depends.
Guys, I've got to come out because I really need to. It really does depend on what character you want.
No, listen to me.
Yeah.
Just do averages, right?
Okay.
So we can all make.
£8,000.
Otherwise, we can't make a decision. So a character will cost £8,000-ish.
Yeah.
So you're actually pricing yourself out the market.
But it goes down. The thing is, he's the first guy who's tried to make content.
Hey. Who else does this, guys?
As a whole?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Who's capable of doing it?
Really nobody, because all the other systems that do this mocap, they need a stationary triangulation system, which this is not. This, you can just wear it and go wherever.
Okay.
So
you're telling me nobody can duplicate your little movement sensors? Absolute rubbish, right? I'll do it myself.
Okay.
You've got no exclusivity of product. You might have that product, but not other products.
Okay, I accept that.
All you are is a selling agent, David.
Yeah.
And you could be competing against 10 other selling agents in the market there. And on top of that, you want to take £200,000 of my children's inheritance for 30% of nothing.
I don't think it's nothing.
It's enjoyable. It's not a business opportunity for me. So you're not going to get my children's money.
Okay.
And I'm out.
Theo Paphitis disagrees with the entrepreneur's claims, and it's pushed him away from any potential investment. Peter Jones can contain himself no longer either.
Why?
Why?
Why? Why would anybody want this?
Why? Because it's fantastic.
But who's going to spend £20,000 to have that in their house?
Big companies spend so much more than that.
Can I ask you more specifically?
Tell me, who do you think is your biggest market? Who is going to be the biggest buyer of this product?
Do you mind if I turn the voice down while I
turn
just...
it on.
Well, in the first place, we're gearing it towards branding companies, experiential marketing companies.
So branding
companies.
What is a branding company?
Branding company is someone who's defining what a company is in terms of how they're seen by the general
I understand
public.
that. Now, what would a branding company do with this product?
Branding companies really need, at the moment, to jump into the 21st century. They need to bring their printed ideas to life. They need to have interactive marketing systems that are just that come to life, basically.
Okay,
and
I'm still confused. So I'm a private equity house. I'm imagining I'm going to buy this. So my branding companies come to me. They've recommended this. So how am I going to use this to promote my company?
You could actually have a character that actually talks to the public, gets feedback, has fun with the public.
I don't get it.
Okay.
David's in trouble. He's failing to convince the remaining dragons that there's a lucrative market for the virtual puppet. Now, Duncan Bannatyne's curious about the puppeteer himself.
David, tell me about your life as a puppeteer.
I sell puppets on the street.
What kind of puppets?
I sell monkeys, I sell birds, I sell marionettes, I sell all sorts of puppets.
Have you made a living?
I wouldn't say make a brilliant living.
But you get by?
Yeah, I get by.
And you think this is going to make you a fortune?
I think this is, yeah. I think this is a fantastic system.
It's not.
I
think
it
you
is.
should continue, David, to sell puppets on the street. I'm out.
Right, David Alley.
I'm going to take you from the virtual world to the real world.
Okay.
Nice, quirky, fun. The issue is the fact that I don't think you're going to make money. So I question the whole application where I started before. Why? And that's why I won't invest in you today.
Okay.
And I'm out.
The duo's pitch is crumbling. Only 2 dragons now stand between them and expulsion from the den. Will James Caan throw them the lifeline they so badly need?
The only thing I've come up with in my mind is 2 observations. One is, I'm having a kiddies party, got 20 kids in a room, got a plasma, and your puppet can talk to the kids. Well, no one's going to blow 20 grand on a kids party with an interactive puppet, or you're going to have a plasma in a reception where the puppet talks to people. I can't see where somebody would pay 20 to 30,000 pounds, including the 8,000 add-on for the character. So I think it is not a business viable proposition. For that reason, I'm out.
4 dragons out. It's all but over for David and Ali. But Deborah Meaden still wants some answers.
Give me one place you would see one of those being put.
In the high street,
All right.
in
If I was trying to get national brand recognition, how many high streets would I have to be in with that character interacting to make a difference?
Well, I don't think it would work like that, exactly like that, because I could see, you know...
So how many? Would it be quite a lot?
But what you must understand as well
You see, you are guessing the answer and you're trying to avoid answering the question because the question answers your issue. Where would this actually be applied?
We can apply it in... the applications are really quite enormous.
But just give me one.
Advertising.
No, where? Where do you actually see one of those sitting and making a substantial effect on brand?
Okay, well, we've got one booking at the moment. It's to create a digital character that welcomes all the people into a big photographic imaging seminar.
That's cute.
To
That's
the
great.
character.
That's great. That's lovely. That is not a big market. Do you know, I almost don't want to be critical because this is fun and this is great, but it's one of those things you look at and you can have a bit of a laugh at and think, oh, that's, you know, that's different, but it's not a business.
You don't think
So,
it's a business?
No, I don't. I'm afraid there's just not enough in it. So, I'm
Okay,
out.
you're out.
Thanks, guys.
David and Ali are leaving empty-handed. The dragons liked the technological breakthrough, they just didn't think it was a money spinner.
Well, good afternoon. My name's David Pybus. I'm looking for £80,000 for a 20% share in my company. I'm a qualified chemist and marketeer. I'm an author of best-selling books of their genre, which is perfumery. And I'm an aromancer, a dealer in aromas. I'm also known by the media as the Indiana Jones of the business because what I do is look for perfumes lost in time, find them, rediscover them, recreate them, and get them ready for the market. I have a range of 15 perfumes. They are created by a billion-dollar perfume company that I work for as a consultant. So they are top-notch fragrances, and we're talking A-list celebrities here. We're talking fragrance from the debris field of Titanic, the fragrance of Blue Lotus, which is the perfume of Cleopatra, which has a hallucinogen in it. You can't get it from smelling it, but I reckon that's what she used on Mark Antony and Caesar. I'm looking conservatively for less than 0.1% of the global market, which is £15 billion. I've got around 6 routes to market, 2 major retail routes, another which is more prestige fragrance that I'm developing, home selling in America where I have contacts, and internet is a consideration. And finally, I have a national newspaper, non-tabloid, that is interested in a readership offer based on the sense of time, perfumes lost in time. All I can say, Dragons, is if you work with me, you really will come up smelling of roses. Thank you.
It's rare for perfumes to appear in the den. Many entrepreneurs stay clear of such a competitive market dominated by global brands. David Pybus is convinced there's a niche for his glamorous historical replicas. But can he persuade the Dragons to pay £80,000 for 20% of this unusual business?
Tell us about you. Where did you come from? What have you been doing? How did you get involved in this?
Okay. Well, as I say, I'm a chemist, and I've been involved in the business of chemistry all my life with 3 big blue chip companies. The last one is a $1 billion fragrance company.
How long were you there for?
20 years.
Right, and you left?
As part of that, when I read in the year 2001 that they'd found a bag of perfumes on board Titanic, my heart went like a Bugs Bunny cartoon, and I realised if I came back from America with this, we could recreate it. While we were looking at that, I read that they'd found a complete perfumer's house buried in Pompeii, and I went out to Pompeii. I worked with botanists and archaeologists there to see what he was growing.
While you were working for this company?
Yes.
David might have successfully resurrected scents from the past, but marketing expert Deborah Meaden is more interested in the potential profits for any investor.
You talked about routes to market, and you've got two major retailers on board.
I'm in debate with World Duty Free, which has 23% of all perfume sales in the United Kingdom, and who I teach creative perfumery to, so I have an established relationship. And I'm in negotiation with Boots.
Boots, major retailer, where are you with them?
Just really exchange of communications with them.
What does that mean? Telephone calls, you've got a letter from them?
Telephones and emails where they're considering it.
Well, hold on, have you had a meeting with them?
I'm sorry?
Have you had a meeting with Boots?
No, I have to say my weakness on this is I do not have an established route to market yet. I have a great product.
That's a pretty big weakness, David.
Particularly for somebody who started off saying I'm a perfumery and a marketeer.
David's unwittingly exposed his business naivety, and the Dragons are immediately suspicious. Can he rescue his pitch by winning the Dragons over with the perfumes themselves?
I think that's revolting.
Do you?
I'm sorry, but I do.
The thing is, Duncan, with perfume as well, you need to let it develop. It's a bit like a Beethoven's Fifth, where you hear da-da-da-da, and you haven't got the rest of the symphony.
Yeah, I think
it needs a dry down. If you give that, and we can't give it, but if you give that 10 minutes, smell it later, it develops into a nice fragrance.
Okay, when I buy perfume for my lady, I go into the chemist and I choose one that I like. Now, I don't really care how old it was, whether it was reinvented or whether it went down with Titanic.
People have a desire to learn more about it.
I would think the people who want to learn more are a very, very small percentage of the market. Wouldn't you say so?
A small percentage of the market is what I'm looking for, 0.1% of the market.
David's enthusiasm for his perfumes might be charming the Dragons, but can he persuade them to invest £80,000? Peter Jones has concerns around who actually owns the scents.
Do you and the company that you're looking for investment for own the intellectual property rights of this perfume?
Yes. Can I expand on that a little bit?
Yeah. Is that a yes then, and you'll expand on it?
It is a yes. Yeah. And in the nature of our business is the following: you develop a fragrance, co-invent through a brief, and the business is done. If the fragrance company decides it doesn't want to do it anymore, you get the formula.
So is this a contractual arrangement or a gentleman's agreement you have?
Well, we're looking, now that I'm actually coming out of the consultancy by the end of March, we're looking at putting a contract together. By the end of March, I might have to look at renegotiating that position.
Do you know, David, everybody else might have got it, but I have not got this.
I'm sorry,
I still
Deborah,
do
I'm
not
not being
understand
clear.
your
Okay.
relationship.
I haven't got it.
Because it sounds to me like you're standing in front of us trying to get us to invest into a business that doesn't actually have any kind of arrangement with somebody who were part of developing the product.
Well, that contract's been done now. You know, we're putting it together. We've been working 3 years.
Well, David, can you stop being so obtuse? I mean, can you just tell me the terms of the contract?
I don't have a written hard contract.
David's been blasted by an infuriated Deborah Meaden. Is this eccentric entrepreneur's charming but informal approach to business about to prove his undoing in the den?
David, I need to tell you where I am. I mean, forgive my frustration, because I think you're actually a very nice guy and you clearly know your stuff. But I can't invest in something that is a wing and a prayer, that is actually not... It's nothing. There is no legal standing, no contract.
But there will be, Deborah.
Well, there will be if there isn't. I don't know and I don't know what those terms will be, and neither do you, David. And you can't stand here and say you do, because you don't know what those terms will be. So I'm afraid it just doesn't give me anything. So for that reason, I'm out.
Okay, thank you.
This is a blow for David. He has bewildered the dragons over who owns the rights to the scents, him or the manufacturers. But now Theo Paphitis steps in to try and help clear up the confusion.
I go to them, I give them a brief. I want a perfume to smell just like my old socks.
Right.
So I give them one of my old socks, they create it.
Yes.
Right, now, I now want to make it into perfume. I think everyone's going to love it. Who then owns the intellectual rights to that smell?
You do.
I do.
They would not sell that to another company.
Right.
That's your smell.
I do. How do they get remunerated?
By selling to you.
In volume?
Yes.
The dragons have finally been convinced that David will have potentially lucrative rights within his business, as well as interest from the UK's biggest perfume retailer. Peter Jones is quick to seize the initiative.
I think if I was to invest in your business, I could tell you that I'd make sure that you would be locked in the lab. I wouldn't let you out. Because I think what would happen is, from a marketing perspective, you would make things a lot more complicated than they actually are. That being said, I think what you've got is potentially, could be, if it's positioned correctly, very, very, very successful. Because I do think people are looking for this little piece of time out of the novelty factor. So to that extent, I am going to offer you half the money. But I'm going to offer you half the money for 20% of your business, because I think you're going to need a little support in the commercial arena trying to negotiate these types of contracts.
Thank you for the offer. May I consider that? The concern I have about that is at that rate, I could lose 40% of my business if one of the other dragons offers the same. And knowing you guys, you always try and beat the other. So it is a concern to me, those figures.
In an unexpected twist, Peter Jones has offered David half the £80,000 investment, but for double the equity originally on offer. And under the rules of the den, David must now persuade one of the 3 remaining dragons to invest, or he'll still leave with nothing.
My original thought was that this could actually be quite valuable, because if there are so many perfumes out there, product differentiation becomes really important. And if you can say, well, Cleopatra used to wear this perfume, and you get a celebrity behind it, and you do it the right way, then that might be enough to push your perfume up against the thousands and thousands of others. So it could be very valuable. Let's say we took Cleopatra and we took it off to Yves Saint Laurent, and we said, here's Cleopatra was wearing this, why don't you get behind it, get some beautiful actress to endorse it, we'll charge you a penny a bottle. I mean,
well, they could, but it doesn't. Yves Saint Laurent, as I say, they've got a stable, they've got a character, they've got it just doesn't gel with companies like this.
So you think with £80,000 we're going to take on Yves Saint Laurent?
Well, and everybody else.
I don't believe we'll get to market for £80,000. So for that reason, I'm going to declare myself out. Okay?
Yeah, £80,000 to launch a range of perfume is not enough. So I wish you luck on that as well.
Really?
David is on the brink of disaster. His only chance of salvaging an investment now rests with retail magnate Theo Pafitis.
I'm going to ask you to just spend 30 seconds, no longer, right, without talking. Right, in a minute, when I say start, I want you to really think carefully now. This is an important question.
Okay.
Is there anything else that you can think of that's going to tip me over the edge to say yes to you, that's going to alleviate my concern about actually getting this product into the market?
Okay, in the retailers that I'm talking to, I think I can develop both of those retail situations. I just believe that from the nature of the business and from the relationship I have at least with one of them. I would have to put more money into point of sale because that, you know, if there's 30 million people going through Heathrow. You've got to attract their eyes with some sort of display. So I think that would be the nature of the promotion.
Right.
Have I not answered that well, Theo? I'm sorry.
I think that's the best answer you've given all bloody day.
It's very good.
Oh, thank you.
And on that basis, I'm going to give you the other £40,000 for 20%. You now have an offer.
Are you accepting our offer, David?
I think it'll be good working with you guys. Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it's a yes.
You got a deal.
Thank you very much.
An unpredictable investment, but also a popular one, as the Aramancer who bemused the dragons walks away with an £80,000 investment.
Mind the step.
Well done, Theo. Well done, Theo and Peter. Goodness gracious me.
There was something in that perfume, Theo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Indiana Jones. We're going to go on some journeys with him.
Yeah.
It was,
I hope it isn't the Temple of Doom.
I am flabbergasted, David. I didn't think you had a chance halfway through that. They were tearing their hair out.
Could you just tell me the terms of the contract?
Are you pleased with the offer? You've given away a big chunk for £80,000.
I think I've part sold my soul, but this might have been, as was said, the last chance saloon. If this is going to happen, it's going to happen with Dragons, and I've got two great people to work with.
Are you accepting our offer, David?
You think you'll get on with these guys? You're going to be able to work with
Yeah,
them?
and my promise is there. I am confident I can have a deal that will make them comfortable about this whole thing of I own it, the company support it. If they're not interested, I get the formulae.
It's going to be a fascinating one to watch.
Okay,
Well
thank you
done.
very much.
Hello? Hello there. My name's Colin Bruton, and I'm the proud owner of Fellas Products Limited. I am here today to ask for £60,000 or 20% of my business. Fellas is a British male grooming brand. My launch product was Fellas Wipes. They are intimate cleansing wipes for men. They're just a nice way of guys helping to keep their anatomy clean throughout the day. That's right, gentlemen, they are for your bits and pieces. But ladies, fear not, there will be no live demonstrations today.
Work.
They're individually wrapped, free from alcohol and all artificial fragrances. I'm selling via my website around the world, and I think the investment will be good for any dragon and hopefully give you a return of $750,000 over the next 5 years. Thank you very much for your time, and any questions, please?
Can I have a look at a pack, please?
Of course you can, yeah. I'll give you 3 and pass it
A
over.
rather awkward pitch, for a number of reasons, from Staffordshire-based Colin Bruton. He needs £60,000 to fund his expansion plans for his male toiletry business. It's an interesting one, for Deborah Meaden.
Hello, Colin. I didn't wake up this morning expecting to be talking about gentlemen's intimate wipes.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yes. Let's talk about the business model. What are you turning over at the moment?
I've been trading 11 months and I've turned over £4,000.
OK, and how much have you lost in that 11 months?
I've put in £30,000 of my own money and £20,000 of a loan.
And do you have any cash at the moment?
Yes, I do, yeah, about £1,500.
OK, so is there anything in the product itself that is proprietary? No, I'm not asking. I'm asking a technical question now, not what does it look like. I'm asking you, is there something unique about the product itself?
It's my own formula, which is a Chilean soap bark extract.
OK, but is there anything you could protect in that, or is that just a readily?
I can't protect it. The only thing I can protect is the branding, which is what I've done throughout the EU.
OK.
Colin's clearly thought about protecting the product, but what of the man behind the concept? Theo Paphitis wants to know.
I'm Theo. Who's Colin?
Who's Colin?
Yeah.
I left school when I was 16. I joined the Royal Navy. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for me. I actually got a medical discharge.
Okay.
I set up my first company in 1997. I sold that in 2000. I had an idea for some wipes and sold my house and used the money to invest in fellas.
But who else is out there competing in this market?
Wingman is one company, but they are a different wipe.
Colin, can I disagree with you, because I do know this product. They look very similar. What's their turnover?
I don't know that, but they don't. I don't see them as a competitor.
So you felt there was enough market for both of you?
Yes.
But you don't know how well they're doing, or whether they've found a market, whether they're successful or they're not successful, or there's no market at all.
I've getting far too much interest for there not to be
Colin,
a market.
with all due respect, you've turned over £4,000.
I understand that.
That's
but
not a lot of interest.
I know it's not, but I see my biggest market is actually the States.
Okay.
I'm just about to sign a deal for the two guys in Florida to actually their initial order of $23,000.
The uncomfortable atmosphere shows no sign of abating, but will the revelation of a sizable order change all that? Duncan Bannatyne has something on his mind.
Colin, earlier this year I spent a week living in a tent on a mountain where there was no showers, and we washed ourselves using the same wipes you use on a baby. But, you know, I think it's very difficult to use these when every time you use them you have to open them individually. So I want you to tell me where the customer is who needs an individually wrapped one of these to use in a specific situation.
I have truck drivers buy them from me who say they use them when they've been driving.
So the truck driver...
I have...
Wait a minute, Colin. The truck driver's in his truck. Wait a minute, he can use in his truck some of the big bags. He doesn't have to have a single one.
The whole idea is that they're mobile.
Well, you see, Colin,
Gentlemen,
Colin, let me tell you something. When you sell a product, you have to listen to the customer who's going to buy the product.
Exactly.
Now, you're not listening to me, and I buy this product.
Colin, why on earth did you sell your house without studying the market, studying what market share you could gain? I don't understand. You might as well have taken that money and ripped it up.
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, from the really positive conversations I'm having, I think, you know, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get this order. I've got, you know, emails to prove that the order's going to come through from the States. I've launched a brand new brand and a brand new concept, so I understand.
This is not a brand new concept. I was using baby wipes on my son's bits and bobs 25 years ago.
But I'm sorry, I disagree. I just disagree because
well, all I can say, Colin, is...
Yeah, but how do you carry... How does a man,
Colin,
a young man, carry a bag of baby wipes around with him?
I've got to say, You look very presentable. I think your brand is brilliant, good brand name. But you clearly have done no research on this market. I'm out.
Perhaps inevitably, Colin receives a first blow to his investment dreams. And it doesn't look like his luck is going to change with Peter Jones.
Colin, I think if you manage to get the order and you get potential orders after that, doesn't necessarily make it a business that is investable. And I'm wishing and hoping that you don't get that order, because I think it's going to make you think that you're onto something. And from Theo's questioning, I'm sitting here thinking you're probably too late to market, because your first mover advantage has been taken away from you.
Sorry, I disagree.
But that's why it makes it a totally uninvestable opportunity. And that's why I'm out.
You know, sometimes people find it hard to start a business. But something that's much, much harder is to admit to yourself you made a huge mistake. The product doesn't sell, it won't sell. And only you prevent yourself from moving on to do something else. And you've got to really do that. I'm sorry, but this is not a product that's going to make any money. So I'm not going to invest. I'm out.
2 more dragons out, and despite Colin's fervent belief in his product, he can't seem to get that across to the experienced investors. Will Deborah Meaden be more understanding?
I would like you to do one thing for me. I would like you to absolutely promise me that if this order does not come through, you will seriously consider stopping this business.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I do understand. I understand that you're saying it for genuine reasons.
I won't be investing, so I'm out.
Let me just tell you, rule 1 in starting a business is do your homework. Understand the market. 50% of all new startups fail incredibly quickly because people, and I use the word carefully, are delusional. You need to stop and listen. You're not investable. This is not something I can invest in. So I'm going to help you now by saying, I'm out.
Okay. Thank you all for your time. Thank you.
It's a case of tough love for Colin. He got no cash, but he did receive some genuine words of warning from the dragons. He leaves with nothing.
Okay, my name is Alex Hall. I'm the founder of The Big O. We're looking for £150,000 worth of investment for a 15% stake in our company. About 3.5 years ago, I saw a niche in the market for a pre-packed, marinated, delicatessen-style olive to put alongside crisps and peanuts for the pub and bar market. We wanted to build an olive brand as KP is to peanuts, Walker's is to crisps. We wanted to be the Big O is to olives. And had it not been for major teething problems with our Spanish suppliers, we'd be well on our way to achieving our business plan. Numbers-wise, our plan wants to deliver 4.5 million turnover within 3 years, and that's actually incredibly conservative.
Alex is looking for £150,000 and is prepared to give away 15% of her company. Dragon's Den rules dictate she must get at least what she asks for, or she won't get a penny.
So, tell me, how have you funded getting to this stage?
I've got a business brain. You know, I'm always thinking of ideas. And I got a prototype pot made for nothing and said, I want olives in here with a 6-month shelf life.
Who designed the tree?
Me.
You designed the tree, so you own the rights to that tree?
Yeah.
All this design's been registered and trademarked?
Yeah, the pole and the dispenser is patented.
With the packaging finished and the patents in place, the business seems promising. And new dragon Theopophetus is clearly enjoying the taste of the product. Doug Richard, though, wants to know more about the market for the Big O.
Did I understand that your inspiration for the product and the way it's designed and the packaging and the ease of use, you said you wanted to be right next to the other sort of snacks that one gets when they're buying a beer?
The inspiration was for the pub and bar market.
So can you just talk me through what evidence you currently have, what level of success you've had in reaching that pub and bar market?
Right, well, yes, I mean, I can.
Good.
The phone rings all day and we don't have any product to sell them.
That's a lovely anecdote, but I was actually looking for a little more sort of substance than that.
No, well, you'll get more substance. Basically, I don't know, what do you want to know, big names?
I'm just looking to know that your product is actually being used by a customer that they like, and that there's some sort of evidence to support that. Real straightforward question.
Well, yes, I mean, it is straightforward, although our sales don't reflect what the company could do because we've had inconsistent suppliers.
Just tell us how many of these one pub sells in a week?
Sorry, I can't answer that question so directly because it's so different. You know, you might get your country village pub that's selling 1 every 3 days, right? But you might get your busy city pub that will be selling 48 in a day. It varies. I mean, E&O...
Well, average, how many of these is one pub selling? Is it 10 or is it 100?
1 a day.
Alex has finally given the dragons an answer, but it's not the one they were looking for. The Big O may look good, but its slow sales have astonished the dragons, and the business looks fragile. In spite of her resistance, Theopophetus is determined to find out how these sales translate into revenue.
Alex, when did you start supplying bars?
November 2003.
Right, 2003. And what's been the turnover of sales so far?
I can answer that question, but I don't think it's that relevant because we've had very inconsistent supply.
It's absolutely relevant.
Why?
Because I want to know what you've sold since November 2003.
I'm sorry, but the relevance of that, I mean, if we had had continual supply...
But you didn't have continual supply.
No, we didn't, and we haven't been able to get our hands on enough
how
product.
much turnover have you done in that time?
We have 1,200 customers on limited supply.
Alex, please answer the question.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to answer that question because it's not relevant. It's not relevant.
But it is to me. If you're not going to answer my question, then I'm out. I'm out.
Alex's defensive behaviour has cost her the interest of Theopophetus, and it's not endearing her to the rest of the dragons either. Duncan Bannatyne wants some straight answers.
Alex, tell me exactly, what is the problem you had with your Spanish supplier? Explain it.
Have you ever dealt with the Spanish?
Never.
Right. Well, is anyone Spanish here? Dishonesty might be number one, key number.
In what way?
One. Well, they'd say things or put something in the product that shouldn't be in the product and wouldn't let us know, so it wouldn't be on the label. They were just totally dishonest.
Alex is on a collision course. She needs £150,000, but her sweeping statements about the Spanish have pushed Doug Richard over the edge.
You really caught me off guard when you maligned an entire nation because one supplier. You really, it makes you sound like you're a wild gun. Telling me that all of the Spanish are dishonest. Have you ever dealt with the Spanish? Yes, I've dealt with honest Spanish and dishonest Spanish. If that's the kind of comment you're willing to make, God only knows what else you'll say. And so I lose some faith in your judgment there. So I won't be investing.
Doug Richard is out, and things are about to get worse.
Alex, if you look deep down inside yourself, you know this product doesn't sell, and that's your problem. So really, you haven't got a production problem. That's not the problem.
It is.
You can't
we
buy
don't
enough
have any
because
stock.
okay. I just, you know, Alex, you just won't listen to anybody. I just don't think you know why you're giving ears, and I'm out.
Alex has now lost the interest of 3 dragons, but she's still refusing to acknowledge their concerns. Only Rachel Elnor and Peter Jones are left, and her bid for the £150,000 investment is on the verge of collapse.
Alex, I'm Peter. I'm sitting here and I'm absolutely baffled. I think it's firstly one of the worst pitches I've seen to date.
Sorry.
You've mentioned that you've got a business brain. I've yet to see any inclination that you actually know what you're doing.
Right.
So the biggest problem that I've got is I'm now focusing on somebody that actually I don't want to invest in, regardless of how good this is. So you've completely lost me, you've lost my interest, and I'm also out.
Rachel Elnor is Alex's last hope.
You've come across as incredibly hard work, and this is your pitch. Where you're selling yourself and your olive product and your business concept to us. Business is about problems, and actually one of the biggest tests of a successful entrepreneur is whether you can successfully get over those hurdles or whether they defeat you.
Which we're doing.
Well, it's 2.5 years down the line. You've got through all of your cash, and all you can say is, really, it's the supplier's fault that you haven't created a successful business. Now, actually, I quite like the product, and I personally like olives a lot, and I can see there's a gap in the market. Whether you can actually make it work or not is quite another matter, and that's where I would have the problem in investing. So it's not one for me, so I'm out.
Alex has been demolished by the dragons, who found that her defensive manner and refusal to divulge the basic details of her business made it impossible for them to invest.
I've got to say, that is an example of how not to get an investment. It could be a good product. It was irrelevant because she was so egotistical, the
Very
wrong pitch.
high maintenance.
Anybody who feels comfortable asking whether anybody hears Spanish so she can feel free to slag off an entire nation, it is reprehensible behavior. If she behaves like that, she will do other things later that are equally wrong.
Alex, difficult one.
That was quite tricky. Far too arrogant I am.
I mean, you simply refuse to give them the information they're asking for, and I don't know, was that wise?
It's not that relevant to give that information. Because it doesn't reflect the business.
But you can see from their point of view that if they ask a question and you know the answer.
The fact is that the product works. We've proven that it works.
Hello, I'm Rachel Fogel.
I'm Alta Fogel.
Of Busy Bits. Busy Bits is a patented new construction toy with potential to become a world leader in the construction toy market. Hello, Busy Bits, can I help you? Yes, I just bought the Busy Bits, and I'm afraid I think you're missing a warning on the box. If you look carefully enough, you'll see that all appropriate toy testing has been done and it's safe. Warning still missing, addictive. Our toy is exceptionally enjoyable and fun to play with. Busy Bits, guaranteed to keep the children busy.
It's a playful pitch from Rachel and Alta, who are looking for £80,000 in return for a 10% stake in their company. Deborah Meaden wants to find out more about how Busy Bits was born.
It looks really colourful. It looks fantastic, actually. You've invented them?
On our patent, we're both written as the inventors, but Alta actually worked out the system.
OK. I say this slightly tongue-in-cheek. Who's your biggest competitor?
Lego is the biggest construction toy on the market, way above anything else. I would say they probably, about 75% probably of all construction toys is Lego, or at least 75%.
Second biggest toy company in the world now.
Oh, are they? Right. I would say that if you've got 15 pieces of Legos, you're very limited to what you can create with it. If you've got 15 pieces of Busy Bit, there are probably quite a few recognisable models that you could make with it.
Busy Bits certainly seems to have brought out Peter Jones's inner child. Over 20 years spent working with children, as well as the small matter of having 12 of their own, has given Rachel and Alter an intuitive grasp of their potential customers. But Deborah Meaden wants to bring the conversation back around to business.
How much does a box sell for?
I sell this particular box for £25. This cost me to produce £8. If I sell it wholesale, I sell it for £14.
How much of this have you got in stock?
I have in stock roughly about 1,000 boxes.
And how many have you sold
I have
totally from the day you started?
Most probably about 700.
What I don't understand is why you haven't sold more. If you've got a product that you know is fantastic, if you've got 1,000 boxes, why you wouldn't actually go out and sell them?
We send it out to a lot of people or potential buyers, and we ask them, tell me, what do you think of the product?
Yep.
And they wrote us back, we think it is a great product, and this is how far we went. I didn't go further to this.
So why didn't you say, we've got it now, it's patented, how many do you want?
Because I want to come up with a bit bigger range.
Why?
Because we've seen from feedback that that's what will do better for us.
Duncan Bannatyne's irritated by Rachel and Alter's reluctance to bring their product to market in its current form. And given their lack of sales, fellow dragon Kelly Hoppen wants to know just how much of a financial sacrifice they've had to make to keep the business afloat.
How much money have you actually invested in this?
About £130,000.
Wow.
My goodness.
That is a lot of money. I would go and set up a stall in a market down Columbia Road or do something like that. You've got something big there. I can see any child going into a nursery or playroom and sitting down and wanting to play that. It looks great. The problem is it's not selling. It's not a viable proposition for me to invest, so I'm out, but good luck with it.
I fully disagree with Kelly and Peter Jones. I'm the truthful dragon, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I wrote down one word when I opened it and started using it, and the word I wrote down was rubbish. And you should stop spending your money on it. You spent too much on it, you can end up with nothing. And I'm out.
I disagree with Duncan. I don't think it's rubbish at all. In fact, I think it's very clever. I urge you, spend no more money, make no more changes, and go and sell the remaining stock you have. I see no upside and I see a lot of risk in you being so committed to making this work that you're not thinking straight. I can only offer you advice and I can't offer you my money today. So I'm afraid I won't be investing, and I'm out.
Thank you.
Despite enthusiasm for their product, Rachel and Alter's shortage of sales and the cutthroat nature of the market in which they've chosen to compete mean they walk away from the den with nothing, leaving the dragons to continue heatedly debating the merits of Busy Bits.
The truth dragon called it rubbish.
It's 2 bits of plastic like that with this little connector on here, and you can't really find anything to connect it to. It's complete and utter rubbish.
You've got to have something in here to be able to play it. That's
What
your
boxes?
issue.
These are my favourite boxer shorts. Despite the fact they've seen better days, we have such a strong bond, I still wear them.
All right.
OK, now let's have a look at this position. Let's see.
Oh, hello.
OK. All right. Sorry, you've got to show the back a bit. That's vile. What's that?
So you figured, no!
That's the back bit. That's the back bit.
Do you still wear those, Josh, as pants, or are they...
Yeah, I don't wear them as a hat.
Josh, how many pants do you have? How many pairs, like, roughly, would you say?
10 to 12.
So these get used, what, once a fortnight?
You've done the maths.
So what, 2 days where you don't wear pants? Is tonight one of those days?
I don't know if you wear boxers. I think you might be a...
Briefs guy.
Briefs, is that what they're called?
that is...
You're young, you're quite trendy, the hair's forwards, which to me says you're quite trendy.
Don't listen to her, Matt.
Josh, if I was your girlfriend, I would want to dust with those. I wouldn't want to see them on you.
Can I ask you something? How long have you had them for?
I would have probably got them when I was about 18, so that's 12 years.
Explain the bond you have with these pants. Why?
Yeah.
It's
what
nothing
have you been
personal.
through with them?
They haven't got any specific memory, but I just don't like wastage, really. And they're still perfectly usable.
No, they're not. The frightening thing is, if they're not Josh's pants, whose pants are they?
Well, Josh, would you help us out here by perhaps just slipping into them so we could get an idea of the fit?
Yeah, I would.
Get them on, get them on, get them on.
This is what William chants at me in bed.
Josh, maybe around here somewhere would be nice.
Here?
That's going to be a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'll take my shoes off.
You see, look, he doesn't seem okay with the mapping of them.
It's not like you get familiar with pants and it becomes a second nature.
He's not at ease with those
This
pants.
is genuinely one of the lowest moments of my life, by the way. Just so you know.
If I had a penny for every time someone said that on this show.
So, oh my God.
I suppose all you can do now is pray that it's edited sympathetically. Which, in all honesty, is unlikely.
Josh, my love, that waistband is a good 2 inches too big for you.
If you feel
Isn't
the
it?
elastic, Mel.
Come on.
Mel, you don't have to touch anything you don't want to.
If you feel the elastic, then it's kind of gone a bit.
Right, I'm going to do something slightly sinister.
I've been dreaming of this since late lunch. I'm not going to lie to you.
Look, come closer, love, come closer. Yeah, there's a whole finger. That's
not a finger.
All right, just take your shoes and please go back to your seat.
I feel like I've been thrown out of a pub. Take your shoes and go.
David, it's time to gather your thoughts and ask yourself whether or not Josh is telling the truth.
I think, Mel,
yes, my love.
You're strongly of the opinion that those are not Josh's pants.
He did not seem at ease when he was touching.
Intimidated by the pants.
He was
Yeah.
He was.
I agree with you that there's a stylistic clash between Josh and those pants.
I'm not buying it. There's no anecdote. There's no, oh, I kept these when something up with me. If he's going to keep a pair of pants that long, you've got to be through some good times and, by the looks of it, some bad times.
So, what are you thinking then?
Well, I think we think it's a lie.
All of you, all agreed. OK,
Agreed.
Josh Widdicombe, the pants.
Can I just say, either way, I am going to give them to Mel so she can dust with them from now on.
Well, that's lovely. That's heartwarming. Is it the truth, or were you telling a lie?
I am ashamed to say it's the truth.
Go on! Yes, it's true. The police once ordered me to leave town, unspecified, because I was frightening the locals.
David's team, what do you think?
Could you give us some context, Bob?
I'll give you the name of the town. It was Castle Douglas.
Ah, where is that?
It's southwest Scotland.
And why were you in Castle Douglas?
Was
it a tour or something?
No, it was a long time ago. I was only 17, 18, that kind of age. And
a numerical age, that kind.
Yeah.
Rather than iron or bronze. That's a different kind of
I was with two friends trying to get as close to the Gulf Stream as I possibly could.
What? What do you mean you wanted to get close to the Gulf Stream?
It seemed such an appealing, far-off
miraculous thing, this hot stream of water so near us that it was hard to believe in it just from the textbooks.
But it's not like a spa. It's a massive flow within the ocean.
Yeah, but
you can't see it.
Well, if you're at the Logan Botanical Gardens...
Well, there's a lovely view of the Gulf Stream.
No, but you can see the effects of the Gulf Stream. You know, it's like a tropical gardens, and so in that way you sense the influence of the Gulf Stream. Well, no, it's extraordinary.
I know all teenagers are absolutely mad on the Gulf Stream. They can't get enough of it, and its
flowers.
But
that was one reason amongst many.
But the police of Castle Douglas don't mind the teenagers who'll flock there to admire the effect of the Gulf Stream. So what was it that you did that put their noses out of joint?
We scared the locals, apparently, because we were wearing very grotesque masks.
Why were you wearing masks? If you're going to gardens, why would you wear a mask?
Ah, well, here's the thing. That's a perfect question.
Yeah. Just before you answer it, have a minute.
we were travelling in a Morris Minor, and we were sleeping in the car. There was three of us. There's me mate Harry Harriman and Steve.
Steve Harriman.
No, Steve, by the way. He was. You just called Steve, by the way.
He was. Steve, by the way. Steve, by the way, as in incidentally.
Yes. Anyway, we had these...
You're wearing these masks?
We're wearing these grotesque...
Why are we wearing these masks?
We're wearing these masks because we didn't have anywhere to sleep and we were sleeping in the car.
Right.
They'd been given us by Harry Harriman's mum, yeah, to keep us warm at night because of the heat generator.
What, grotesque latex masks?
Yes. They were just old men's masks, but they were to keep us warm. Harry Harriman's mum she sold these stuff from home, and she sold another thing which was called a jobble top, yeah, which was a bobble hat that made it into a jumper, and the big bobble was at the back and it buttoned down the front, and that was.
I'm telling you now, right? If this is a lie and they end up saying lie, I will say to you, why did you make it more difficult for yourself? by mentioning the joggle top, or whatever it was called.
Because I'm imagining my sleeping arrangements and think, yes, we had the latex masks on and these giant, like, what they're called jobble tops.
Right, okay. So, if you're wearing a sleeping mask and you're scaring the locals, like, normally the locals would be in bed when you're going to sleep, and it's dark, and you're in your car and you got a scary mask on, you know.
No, we were just... On our daytime drive from Dundee to Castle Douglas...
With masks on.
As we went past
Keep
people,
your faces warm.
we were staring at them with our scary masks.
Why did you not remove... Because I would say, from my experience of sleeping all night in a classic car in a latex mask and a jobble top, you get quite clammy. And so in many ways, it's quite a relief to take the latex mask off for the next day's drive.
Yes, and
not to mention how it helps being able to see where you're going.
Yeah. But no, of course, we take the masks off in the morning, but then round about midday, you wanted to put it back on. Yeah.
At what point did the police get involved? Didn't the police get involved?
We parked up in Castle Douglas, right next to a shop, because we wanted to get one of their famous Scotch pies. As we came out of the shop, I was grabbed by a policeman, and it was a sergeant, by the way.
Sergeant, by the way? So that's how you got away with it, because you said, don't worry, that's me, Dad.
Maybe it was.
I'm a sergeant, by the way. I think, Daddy!
So the sergeant,
by the way,
he took me to the police station, and
so he arrested you?
Yes, put in a room, and then the sergeant and a plainclothes detective came in.
Plainclothes detective? Oh, yeah. What? You said CID have now got involved.
And then they said, you're going to have to wait here. We've sent for a specialist from Edinburgh.
and then, as we sat there, it came in and said, right, what's with the funny faces? They said, what's with the funny faces?
So what did you say?
Well, we explained what had happened, that we had these funny faces, that we slept in them, and that we're terribly sorry to have caused any offence.
So presumably then they released you?
Sergeant, by the way, followed us till we were out of the city limits. So that's my story. It's quite a holiday.
What do you think?
I know what I think.
What do you think?
I think it's true.
You think it's true?
Yeah.
That's not what I think. Cian, what do you think?
I'm going to go untrue.
OK, Cian's going untrue. Adil's going true. David?
My initial reaction is it's a lie. Let's say it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie?
Yeah.
Bob Mortimer.
Yes?
Was that story true? Or was it a lie?
It was true.
I once spent the night in a bush in Basingstoke.
David's team.
Right.
That's a true.
Yeah. Why were you spending the night in a bush in Basingstoke?
I missed my train.
Where do you live?
Well, at the time, I lived in Kettering in Northamptonshire,
Right.
Rose of the Shires.
Why didn't you go to a luxury hotel?
Well, David, at the time, I had no money in my wallet at all, and my phone was dead. I had no way of contacting anyone.
That certainly adds up.
Why a bush? Why not a bench or, like, somewhere warmer than a bush?
Well,
Is a bench warmer than a bush?
I would say a bush is warmer than a bench.
bench is definitely colder than a bush. It's more exposed.
there's an old saying, you're warmer in a bush than on a bench.
So where was the bush? Paint the picture of the local
It was right
area.
in front of the train station. And there was like a little, like, pick-up point for taxis and stuff. And then it went down a little bit to the road. And then right in front of the road, just a load of bushes.
So you didn't look for a long time for a particularly comfy spot?
I'll level with you, David. The amount of time it took me to decide to sleep in the bush was embarrassingly short.
Right. Was it? Now, that does surprise me. It was a quick decision. You missed your train, and you go, right, that's it. And you immediately, like, 14 seconds later, you're snoring.
Well, I actually didn't get to sleep. It was scary. I was freezing, actually. Even though the bush... It was a nice, roomy bush.
Can you remember the shape of the leaves?
It was like small little Basingstoke leaves.
Individual leaves?
Yeah.
Variegated?
OK. You have to explain what that word means.
It means there's sort of, there's a sort of white bit on the outside, I think.
I wasn't paying attention to the leaves. I had bigger problems at the time. I wasn't sitting in the bush going, one day, I may have to justify this entire experience on what I liked it. I better memorise the leaves and whether they're gentrified or whatever you said.
So, James, you've settled down in the bush and you're lying there, but it's cold.
Oh, I'm sitting there.
Sitting in the bush?
Sitting there, cross-legged and cold. I had a T-shirt on.
How are you going to go to sleep sitting?
I was scared. So I hadn't really... it was Friday night in Basingstoke. There were hoodlums around.
And all you had on was a T-shirt?
And jeans.
And jeans, of course.
Yes.
I still feel like the bench is warmer.
So, did anybody hear you in the bush and come and
At one point they did. At one point some hoodlums stopped outside the bush. They said, you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't beaten someone up in a while. That's how they speak, David. Bullies speak like that to each other. And I was in the bush, and at the time I was wearing a red dress.
What did you say? What?
I was wearing a dress by now.
Why? You said you're in a T-shirt.
Originally I was in a T-shirt, and then I had to put a dress on.
Why did you put a dress on?
It was cold.
Where did you get a dress?
I had it in a bag.
Why?
I was making a short film, and I had to buy the wardrobe for the cast.
You're in the bush. The hoodlums had moved on. They didn't beat you up.
I tricked them. I put the bag over my head.
You seriously put the bag over your head?
Yeah, put yourself in my shoes. They're saying they want to beat someone up. If they look down and see me wearing a dress, it'll be like Christmas. So, I put the bag over my head, and now if they look down, they'll think someone's left a bag and a dismembered body in a bush.
People at home, don't put bags on your heads.
No. Let's go back to the temperature of this bush now. You said you went into the dress for warmth, but surely the jeans and the T-shirt were warmer than the dress. There's a lot of ventilation.
I think he said he put the dress on over.
I don't think he took the jeans
Yeah.
and the T-shirt.
It was double.
Yeah, no, but he didn't slip out of the jeans and the T-shirt. Fold them up nicely at the side and then get the dress and put it on and go,
Oh, I look wonderful.
He wasn't doing that.
Oh, right. By the end of the night, he's wearing the jeans, the T-shirt, the dress, and the bag.
May I just say, it's lucky this didn't happen to Melvin, because if so, he'd have been on a bench wearing a dress and nothing else.
Let's go for a guess. Is he telling the truth? Mel, what do you think?
I think, looking at James, I can believe that he could put on a dress with a bag over his jeans and T-shirt, but a man that picks a bush over a bench, I can't trust. So on that basis, it's a lie.
Oh.
Faye.
I've got to absolutely say it's true.
True?
I'm believing every element, really.
I'm going to go true.
True. Yeah. You're saying true. Right. James, was it true or was it a lie?
It's true.
The D in my name stands for delicious.
Obviously, why?
Well, it was the late 60s when I was born, 1969. There are a lot of black men my age around that time being given names like Reginald and Winston and Delicious because... because at that time in America, affirmative action had just started. So black women saw an opportunity for their children to get more jobs. So what they did was, we're gonna give him a name that will enable him to be, you know, recognizable yet dignified to potential employers.
And delicious is dignified.
Well, I mean, you have to understand how it's a little different in the black community than it is in your white world. And so, like the name Delicious commands great respect in the ghetto. You probably don't listen to much rap music, do you, Fern? There's MC Delicious, Big Papa Delicious.
French Golden.
Where did Reginald come from?
Reginald is a German name. It means mighty or wise power. And delicious means very tasty.
What was your father's name?
My father's name is Homer.
And what was his middle bit?
He didn't have a middle name.
No.
He grew up in the 30s and 40s, and it was a very tough time for black people, and he couldn't afford a middle name.
And do you have brothers and sisters?
I do indeed.
And what are their names?
There's Brenda, there's Kathy, there's Oliver, there's Scrumptious.
I don't think people would have thought that calling you delicious would help you get jobs, except as a food.
Well, I think, shall we say it's a lie? I think that's what we're heading towards, I think.
Stupid, but it's true.
So you're saying it's a lie?
Yes.
OK, Reg, is it the truth or is it a lie?
It is a lie.
So what does the D stand for in your name?
What does the D stand for in my name? None of your business.
I once had to go all the way to Bradford just to make a phone call to prove I was in Bradford. Please, team.
OK. Why would you have to do that? Why?
Yes.
First of all, where were you living at the time?
I was living in Birmingham.
For what reason did you have to go to Bradford?
To make a phone call.
OK. Who were you phoning?
Who was my dad, actually.
And your dad lived in?
Birmingham.
Were you living at the family home at the time?
I was, yeah.
You leave your family home to go to Bradford?
Yes.
Phone your father in Birmingham?
Yes.
To prove you're in Bradford?
That's it, absolutely. What was your reason for being in Bradford?
Well, to make the phone call,
Yes.
he said.
I think it's better if you stay out of it.
Rob, can I just say, we already know why he was there. He was there. We all know. There's no doubt about why he was there. He was there to prove he was in Bradford, to phone his dad. We know that. There's just one tiny, it's only tiny, tiny thing. If you could just, you just get that for me. Yeah. And that tiny thing is, what are you talking about? Just that. Once I've got that, the rest of it is all in place. It's just that little thing. That I want to
All right, I'm working that out.
Yeah.
OK. I've got it. Why did you need to prove to your father that you were in Bradford?
Sorry, don't, Rob. I said that exact sentence. Don't make it out that I was going, melons!
I'm just one of life's natural communicators. I'm able to convey it.
Unless Adol's going to say to me, if only you could say it in a soft Welsh accent, I'd understand. None of that made sense. You interpreted it.
Could you put it in a Welsh accent and then we could try? Here we go.
That's it.
So the question, Abby.
Yes.
Yeah. Why? Why were you in Bradford?
Why?
No!
Sorry,
No one told you in Bradford. I know what he's going to say.
You're trying to trick me here.
Where were you, specifically? Don't say Bradford. Whereabouts in Bradford were you?
When I called him, I was at the coach station.
Why did he need to know you were at Bradford coach station?
Because that's where I told him I was going.
Why? Where are you going?
I told him I was going to a university open day.
At Bradford?
At Bradford,
Right. Now, am I right in saying that you weren't really going to this university open day? You were lying to your father.
Yeah.
So you were going to Bradford to
Were you going to
pretend
Bradford at all? I wasn't intending to go to Bradford.
Where were you intending to go?
Birmingham. But you were already in
You were in
Birmingham.
Birmingham.
I know.
But you had to go to Bradford because you'd see the number come up on the phone?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Thank you very much. What was happening in Birmingham to stop you wanting to go to Bradford? I wanted to go to a gig in Birmingham.
Music gig?
Yes, that's right. It was an Asian club night. My dad thought I was at an open university day in Bradford. But I was in Birmingham to go out to this club night and I just happened to bump into my dad. And he says, I thought you were supposed to be in Bradford. And I said, I'm on my way. So he goes, get to Bradford.
And when you get there, phone me.
Yeah, make sure you call me.
And you know as you're going, the only reason is because you know the number is going to be recognised, as opposed to phoning from Birmingham and pretending you're in Bradford.
Yeah, because I was worried that he might try and call me back. So, you know, you get to a phone box.
Oh, I see.
And then he goes, let me call you back, son. What did you do? I couldn't get back because I've got a late coach.
Why don't you just go to the Open University, wherever it was?
Well, I didn't want to go to the Open University. I want to go to the club night.
But you're not going to the club night, that's it. You can't go to the club night.
There was no university thing. I'd made that bit up.
Oh, it wasn't even...
You made that up?
Oh, you'd made it up?
Yeah. So, you're in Bradford. Yeah. It's the evening. Yeah. What are you going to do? Well, basically, so I realised that, you know, what do you do if you're on your own in Bradford? You go and find a fellow Asian, you know. So I went into this pizza place near the station, and I just sort of put on the role of a vulnerable Pakistani student, and just said, you know, I need help and I want pizza. And he gave you a pizza for nothing. Not only did he give me a pizza, stroke of luck, he let me stay in a room that night.
Why didn't you just go back to Birmingham?
Because I couldn't get a coach.
It was late.
It was late.
If it was too late, it would be after 10 o'clock or something. So you went to the open day.
There's no open day.
There
is no open day. He has told his father.
Exactly.
I'm now all over this.
Yeah, yeah.
He told his dad there's an open day. The open day doesn't exist. It's only there. It's only there as a lie, so he can pretend he's going to it and spending the night. He wants to go to the Asian club night now. His dad catches him in the street and goes, "Get yourself off to Bradford. You'll be late." He goes, "Oh, yeah, I've forgotten all about that." He gets on the bus. He goes up to Bradford. He's now going to ring the dad because he knows that he'll phone him back. And then he's now in Bradford. He can't get the bus back. It's far too late. There's no open weekend. But luckily, he's starving, and as we all know, there's one thing that the Asian community like. It's a pizza. And then he goes... The famous Pakistani pizza!
Can I just ask you, did you like the look of the university? I mean, did it appeal to you? Oh, all right, so Lee, what do you seem to know it better than him?
Yes.
I think think it's true because he threw up a lot of smokescreen tissue smokescreen.
So he's covering up. I know what you mean.
He told us nothing.
He told us nothing, which is, I think, why it's true.
What do you think, Bob?
I think it's true.
You think it's true?
Yeah.
Then I'll go with my team and say
All
it's true.
going for true. OK. Adil, was that true or was that a lie?
Sorry, Dad. It was a true.
When I meet someone for the very first time, I automatically make a mental note of what animal I think they are. Once it's in, I never forget it.
Please, team.
Do I raise my... I don't raise my hand, do I?
Do you need to go to the toilet?
Jamie, just to be clear, you may be dressed like a 7-year-old, but you don't have to behave like one.
Claudia, so we met for the first time.
Yes.
What animal did you choose me
Ferret.
to be? A ferret?
Ferret.
Why a ferret?
Well, small, friendly, could pet, not in a weird way. Immediately, ferret.
And will you always see him as a ferret now? Was
That's
that how
it.
That's it.
Finished.
You're done.
I mean, you might have another name, well done, but in my mind, ferret.
Can you do all of us with that system?
Of course, beaver.
Talk to you or me? Which one?
You.
Me, you're the beaver. No,
Why am I a beaver?
You're a cat.
I'd love to
No,
be
you're
a cat.
cat.
Oh, I'm so
You're
glad.
a cat.
Sorry,
Quite a fancy
whoa,
cat.
beaver?
Yes.
Why beaver?
It's just automatic. I mean, I'm
I
not...
can see that.
Yeah, I can see that. Beavers have got big teeth and they're a bit smelly looking.
And your point is, no, you're total beaver. Common cuckoo, this one.
What?
A common cuckoo.
Why a cuckoo?
Normally I don't think about it. Common cuckoo, owl, puppy. End of.
What breed? You can't just say puppy, that would be a breed.
All right, if I'm pushed, red setter.
Yes.
Happy with that?
Well, I think I'm the only one who isn't happy. I'm a cuckoo.
I'm not too happy with the beaver.
I'm pleased with owl. I'll be honest. I'm happy with that.
I would love owl. I would have loved owl.
Yeah, but you're nowhere close to an owl.
Yeah, but... So, Claudia. I'll say Claudia, I mean meerkat. You have to have a bit of meerkat about you, haven't you?
Okay.
Yeah.
If I was going to do it to myself, camel.
Camel? Why camel?
I'm pure camel. I'm 100% camel. Maybe 3% mouse.
3% mouse, 97% camel.
There you
that was
go.
a hell of a mum and dad relationship. You wouldn't like to be the mouse in that relationship, would you? Why do you do it, though? Does it help you remember the person's name or something?
I've just done it forever. I think we might have started when we were young and we had a teacher who was a little bit human, but mainly cow.
Well, she's certainly given an encyclopedic
She
response.
has done very well. In fact, I would say it's instant with you. I can tell it's instant.
Done.
It's gutter, isn't it?
Name anybody.
So, without pausing or hesitating, tell us all again what we are.
OK, easy. Cat, beaver, ferret, common cuckoo, owl, baby red setter. I just do it. I can't help it.
So what are you thinking, Lee?
So do you think it's true?
Yeah, I think it's true.
Genuinely, I think it's not true, but there's one bit in it that makes it feel true. The word Claudia.
You saying it's true?
It's true.
OK, Claudia, truth or lie?
It is a lie.
This is one of the pairs of leg warmers for birds that I have made. I would have brought more, but birds are using them.
Could you show us these leg warmers?
I live beside the canal, and the swans are very unhappy around there.
The swans? You've tried to put a leg warmer on a swan?
He hasn't tried to, he succeeded.
How the hell do you... A swan? So they're trying to feed it over the webbing, and he doesn't get crushed. It's got a great big beak on us.
Everyone knows about this, but if you befriend the swan... The first thing, you befriend the swan when the wings go up like that, and then generally the next thing they go like that, as in make me leg warmers. That's it.
They for swans?
David, they would break your arm if you went near them.
Famously.
Famously.
That's what they do.
They break your arm and then the Queen eats them.
Yes.
How do you get them over their feet?
If you put your hand like that and then try and get it over there. It's like O.J. Simpson. Stick it on there. That's a swan.
That's a swan foot.
That's a swan. With the swan, it's all about authority. So watch this.
No, they're webbed.
That's no good, is it?
Yeah.
That's going to hurt the swan. You've just ripped through its webbing.
You know when you said swan at the beginning?
Yeah.
Did you mean sparrow? David, it's time to take a guess. I mean, I don't know which way you're going to go on this.
Maybe a swan could be able to slip that over its foot, and maybe a swan would derive tremendous warmth from this incredibly thin and flimsy and short piece of material going an inconsiderable distance up its really rather long leg.
I think it's true.
Don't say that!
It's true.
Don't, because that's the sort of... That's what happens to your mind in this game. You say, and you start thinking, oh, yeah, of course, the fact that he said swan and it seems impossible is exactly what's so plausible about it.
If you people don't start taking this a bit more seriously, I'm going to bring my Uncle Ian out here again.
So what are you going to go for?
I think we're going to say lie.
Lie? You're
And
saying it's a lie.
I'd just
David
like to
or Dr.
say,
T?
Rob.
Yes.
If it's true.
Yes.
I don't care.
David, truth or lie?
I'm afraid my tale of swan leg warmers is a lie.
Oh, thank you, God. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it? So, Gabby, what is Mick to you?
This is Mick, and I deliberately tripped him up during the wheelbarrow race at my son's sports day.
OK, James, how do you know Mick?
This is Mick, and for 6 months, he was my sworn enemy when a practical joke got out of hand.
Then finally, Lee.
This is Mick, he's my son, and I'm only allowed to see him every second Friday. Sorry, no, that's not it. This is Mick. I once took him home from nursery instead of my own son.
So there we have it. Is Mick Gabby's cheated child, James's feuding friend, or Lee's traded toddler? David's team, where would you like to begin?
Well, Gabby, the wheelbarrow race, you were also a competitor. What was the format of the race, and how did the accident
Your
happen?
classic sports day wheelbarrow race. Child is the wheelbarrow. I was driving my son as a wheelbarrow, and Mick's mum, Barbara, was driving him. And there's always a lot... I feel our family gets a lot of pressure on sports day because my husband was an international rugby player and I did sport. And people always look at us as if they're the ones to beat. You know, I always feel that added dimension of competitiveness.
You were a rhythm gymnastic, weren't you?
I was a gymnast.
Yeah, I think they're looking more at him. Carry on.
So we were in the lead, my son and I. And you know, in your peripheral vision, you can feel somebody coming. And as we got to the turn, they were level with us, and my son's arm buckled, and which is for a wheelbarrow race is a bit of a no-no. So it takes you a couple of seconds to recover. So now we're behind.
Quite painful for your son as well. Perhaps that should be the main concern.
Classic sports person.
Oh, that's a no-no. We need this.
We got back level with them, and I'm ashamed, obviously, about what happened next. So I can feel, you know, these horrible thoughts coming into my mind. You know, we could take him out. You know, we could.
Wow.
Come on, this is why we've been taking all the drugs.
And I stood on his hand, and so I know.
Deliberately.
You were thinking we should take him out.
So he then slightly buckled. So
Which is a no-no.
He got himself back into the race, and I decided that I couldn't let us win because that could be construed in some people's eyes as cheating, standing on the opposition's hands.
And in some people's eyes, physical assault.
So I had to then sabotage us because I couldn't let us win. So I deliberately kind of pushed my son into the ground.
So you assaulted 2 children.
kind of just, you know, pretended to trip onto Reuben. So,
Right.
and then his arms buckled double buckle, which is a no.
No.
And that meant...
Reuben is your boy.
Yes, oh gosh, yes, yes.
You know, the one with the face like that.
All right, who would you like to speak to next?
OK, James, so Mick became your sworn enemy because of a practical joke.
That got out of hand.
That got out of hand.
Yes.
So what was the practical joke or prank?
First of all, I'll say for the record, before we carry on, I hate this boy. I'm nothing but content for him, and I'm furious he's got on this show.
I think I feel I can only see him every second Friday.
So what was the practical joke, James?
He put cabbage leaves in my bed.
How did he get in your room?
I was staying at his house.
On a sleepover? How old are you?
A few years ago.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't have been born.
He was 9.
And you were, what, 31?
I was, what, 28? 29?
And how do you know him?
I know his dad. He's his son.
And you were staying at their house?
Yes.
Why did he put cabbage leaves? Why is that a thing?
Well, it's not a thing until he started doing it.
Yeah.
There's something severely wrong with him. I don't know why he started.
But you say
pulling this kind of
started
stunt.
doing it. Was
yeah.
What do you mean? This is a one occasion when you're
is it?
staying there. Well, I don't know.
This is the first of many, David. I said got out of hand. I do not use those words lightly.
So you regularly stay at the house of...
Oh, no. Oh. This little man does not restrict these pranks to his own house. He has no respect for anyone's privacy and will cross any boundaries available to him. I hate him with all my heart.
Yeah. So he initially put cabbage leaves in the bed you were sleeping in when you were staying at his father's house.
Yes.
Right? And then subsequently...
Yes.
He has followed you and put cabbage leaves in other places you've been sleeping.
No.
OK? What then?
He sent me a cabbage in the post. He sent me half a cabbage, cling filmed, in a box. I was out when they delivered it. I had to go to the post office to pick it up. There was a note inside that said, "You got cabbaged again."
So, OK, so he's doing that. Did you, bearing in mind that this is a minor, did you at any...
It was a major as far as I'm concerned.
Did you at any point retaliate?
Yeah, but it took me 6 months.
What did you do?
After 6 months of this...
Well, but you say 6 months of this.
Yeah.
What is this? There's the initial cabbage leaves in the bed at his house.
Yeah.
And there's the posted half cabbage.
Yeah.
Anything else?
His granddad cabbaged me to my face.
What does that mean?
Gave me a present. It was all wrapped up nice. I thought it was a nice present. I unwrapped it. It was another half a cabbage wrapped in cling film. Members of the public started cabbaging me. I made the mistake of talking about it on the radio, and then everyone got the idea that I couldn't turn up to a gig without there being a cabbage hidden somewhere in my dressing room.
Well, thank God you're playing safe and not saying it on telly, eh?
Yeah. So, did you retaliate?
Absolutely did. I removed all of his belongings from his bedroom and replaced them with cabbages.
That's, I would say, a disproportionate response.
6 months of my life, David. 6 months of my life of not knowing where the next cabbage was coming from. It was horrible. I had to go big. I've been cabbaged so many times. Somebody started a Twitter account, was tweeting pictures of cabbages on me every day. They said stuff like "Oi, oi, Savoy." It was horrible.
And that was just the tip of the iceberg.
It's a lettuce, you idiot!
Oh, but come on, cut me some slack!
No. I would say that anyone who can enjoy that joke about a lettuce would have to be a sociopath.
All right, on to Lee.
Lee, remind us of your story.
This is Mick. I once took him home from nursery instead of my own son.
Why did you not recognise your own son by using your eyes and knowing what he looks like?
I do recognise my own son, but we had this new pram, and the pram, I put him in the pram. He was very young at the time, because, well, you have to go to nursery. And I put him in the pram.
At nursery?
They're not a pram, a push
They're
chair.
a pram when they're sort of tiny.
A push chair, you made one mistake. You say lettuce instead of cabbage. They're on your back. You say pram instead of push chair. I get to see him every other week. I'm stressed. I put him in the push chair, and then I got chatting to all the other mums and dads and stuff. Got chatting, turned round. Little did I realise that one of the other parents had exactly the same push chair. And because he was asleep, I just didn't bother talking to him, so he was asleep. Pushed him and got all the way home. Long walk as well, because he goes to school in London and we live in Aberdeen.
How long was it before you realised?
Probably Glasgow. It was about, believe it or not, preferably do.
Yeah, that's very much the question.
Believe it or not, it was as I went into the front door and I pushed him towards my wife, who was coming towards me, and she said, "That is not my son."
But the other mother would have recognised her
Yes.
child, so let's go to the other mother.
Let's go to the other mother. So,
what happened there?
So, obviously, I'm not there to see the other mother. Because
No, but presumably in the police interview later, you've gone through those details.
No, I knew it would be a bit of a nerve-wracking experience, so I thought I'd better play safe and just keep him. And that's what we did. We just ended up bringing up another child. So I got into the house, pushed him into the house. My wife said, "That's not my son." So I went, oh! I realised immediately what had happened, obviously. I turned round and I raced back to the school very quickly. So I got in just in time for them to go, "What are you?" And then...
So you got back just in time.
Got back in time.
Just before Mick's mother was going to start screaming,
So
my child has disappeared, my child has disappeared.
Yeah, because what had happened is she was getting a bit frantic, but someone had calmed her down by doing the obvious and pointing to the child and saying, use your logic here.
Yeah,
there's a
child abductors don't tend to leave a child as well.
So, David's team. Is Mick Gabby's cheated child?
Maybe.
James's feuding friend?
Maybe.
Or Lee's traded toddler?
No.
I think that the cabbages, that is a good trick, because cabbages, when they get warmed up, stink. I also have, been to many a sports day where the parents do get incredibly competitive. I would probably lean towards Gabby.
What about you, Melvin? Which way are you leaning?
I believe Gabby, but James is just weird, so I believe him even more.
Your paranoid view seems to be the whole country's in on it. Now everyone's sending you cabbages.
Every time people laugh at me, I suspect they're my enemy, which makes my job very difficult.
You think Gabby, but James even more.
David thinks it's me, so...
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. James.
You're going for James. Mick, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Mick, and I am James's worst enemy.
Mick is James's feuding friend, and here's the proof that is what James did to Mick's bedroom. Thank you very much, Mick.
When I was 7, I had to be a bridesmaid at my auntie's wedding. When I was 7, I had to be a bridesmaid at my auntie's wedding, as one of the girls who was supposed to do it was ill, and the dress was a perfect fit.
What did the dress look like?
I describe the colour as traumatic.
Why do they have to have a bridesmaid? Why couldn't they just say, if she's not well, let's move on?
I think you're mixing it with admin. If someone says to me, put the dress on, I'd put it on. You know that, don't you? Do as I'm told.
So you didn't display any reluctance to put the dress on?
I may have said, mother, father, I am a 7-year-old boy, despite the fact that I am 2 years younger looking and slightly androgynous. But please, give me some dignity.
How
And my father turned around to me, he said, son, when I was your age, he had a pipe, when I was your age, my father asked me to put a dress on, and I put it on, and his father before him, and his father before him. He'll put me dress on, and you'll smile.
Was there a page boy as well as bridesmaids at this wedding? I was a page boy once, and if another boy had dressed up as a girl, I would have felt it was fair game to persecute him.
Well, true, but luckily the page boy came up to me, little Sharon, and he said, he said, tell me about it. You know, you think you've had a rough day. You know what I mean? I'm a 24-year-old.
How much notice did you get?
Pardon?
How much notice did you get?
Quite a few people. I think, you know, from memory, quite a few people were,
No, you idiot!
How much warning? How far in advance?
I genuinely thought you meant notice. How much notice did you get? That was a genuine one. Yeah. Oh, how much notice did I get?
Oh, everyone thought I was adorable.
I've got to admit...
everyone was looking. I was nervous at first, but then I felt like a princess.
Oh, I see. How much in advance did they tell me?
Yeah, how much notice?
How much notice did I get? You know what? That would be embarrassing if this was on television, wouldn't it? I think I got, like, I don't know, 5 hours or something. She was ill at the last minute and...
I just think you would have absolutely refused at
Well,
that age.
listen, I said, Dad, I don't want to do it. And he went, listen, I'm not your dad, I'm your mother. I'm sick of you constantly calling me Dad. The other one, that's your dad.
How long did you have to keep the dress on? At what point in the proceedings? I mean, did you have to wear it right through to the disco and, you know...
My dad said you'll keep it on till the music starts. Da, 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 da. Because unfortunately, the cabaret act had cancelled because of illness.
So what are you thinking, David? Does that sound at all plausible to you?
What do you think, Izzy?
I really want it to be true.
Well, then say true.
I actually think it could genuinely be the biggest load of drivel I've ever heard. It can't be true.
I don't think it's true.
Lie?
Okay.
Yeah.
Lie. Conclusively, it's a lie. Lee, truth or lie?
It's a lie.
I wanted it to be true, didn't I?
I once caused an injury to one man whilst trying to get a different man to say the word vegetables.
Please, team.
Right, just the word vegetables.
Yeah.
Do you really like the word vegetables?
Not as a general rule, no,
Okay.
but I liked it when this man said it.
Why? What was it about this man, the way he said vegetables, that was funny?
Did he have a speech impediment?
No, he didn't. He was a very intense man, though, and he was also Austrian. I was with a friend once, and he was a colleague of ours, sorry, and I overheard him say vegetables, and we both found it incredibly funny.
So, can you just roughly give us an impression of how he used to say vegetables? Even just
He said it exactly like this. Yeah. Vegetables! And then we happened to be on a coach trip with him, and so we spent the whole coach trip trying to get him to say vegetables
Right, so
again.
where were you? Where were you going and how did you know
I was
him?
on a school trip. I used to be a teacher, so we were
And
on
he was a teacher?
Yeah, he was a teacher.
What did he teach?
He was the head of languages, and he was...
Head of languages?
Yeah.
The head of languages used to go...
Vegetables!
Imagine I'm the man. OK, I'm on the coach, I'm sat, we're driving. Off you go.
So I said,
Yeah? You're very big, aren't you?
This isn't like him at all.
You're very big, aren't you? That's it.
So I was saying things like, oh, I've been trying to keep fit lately, and I know that you're into keep fit. You know, would you recommend for a healthy diet? And he was going, well, you know, I would... you must eat a balanced diet, you must eat greens. and you must enjoy some protein in limited. I was going, yeah, but I mean, if you were to group some of those foods together, and he was going, well, I mean, yeah, you must have carbohydrates, of course, and you must have, and it was horrific. It went on for about an hour, and every time I tried to find a new angle for vegetables, his ludicrous Austrian interpretation of things led us down a dark alley. It was literally an hour in the making.
And how did you finally get him to say it?
I honestly can't remember. It came out of nowhere, and he suddenly said it, and he said it with such passion. It was... He went, oh, well, of course you must have vegetables! I started biting my hand to stop myself from laughing. And my friend who was next to me, there's a jagged piece of metal at the front of the coach, and because it was so funny, just to remind you, vegetables, of course! And my friend saw the piece of metal and pushed his knee into it on purpose to stop himself from laughing. And blood started, like, spraying out of his... started spraying out of his knee, yeah.
Oh, now this is getting elaborate, this story.
And I'll tell you another detail. We went and did the trip, which was in Paris, and then after we came all the way back... all the way back to Calais, and I said to him, you know, we put all the kids' passports in that hotel in Paris last night. Did you remember to... Because he was in charge of the trip. Did you remember to bring those? And he was standing up in front of the children on the coach, and he went, oh, Scheiße! And we had to speak to the port authorities and get permission to take the kids on without passports while he went back on his own. Can I tell you one more detail as well? We were also standing in the middle of Paris, under the Eiffel Tower. We'd been there for an hour, and the kids were all running around. And he came over and went, we must go, we are late for our next appointment. And I said, well, we should just make sure that all the kids are here. And he goes, yes, of course we should, yes. And he turned round and went, is everybody here? And all the kids went, yeah. He went, well, then we will move on. The vegetables!
What are you thinking, Lee?
I think it's true.
True from John.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I think lie. You are a fantastic actor, Mr. Greg Davis.
Well, so what are you going to say?
OK, what do we think, Alex?
I think you'll find I'm BAFTA nominated.
We're all BAFTA nominated.
False.
OK, we'll go lie.
I'm going to say it's a lie. Greg.
Well,
truth or lie?
It is the truth.
I recently took a crash course in taxidermy, by the end of which I'd managed to make this.
Okay. Show us what this is. Pop it onto the chair. Team, where would you like to begin?
What is it? I can't see.
Can we have a proper look?
That, Sheila, is what I call mouse on a skateboard.
Would you like me to take it across?
Please do.
What's it made of?
Made of mouse. With a little bit of skateboard.
Oh, no! Oh.
How was he killed? He looks like he was...
I should point out that he wasn't killed. He was found dead naturally.
Looks like he was found walking down a very small alley.
Careful, took ages.
Oh.
OK, first of all, how long was this course?
This is the first course. The course is, well, it takes place over about 16 weeks, so four months.
A crash course that's...
Taxidermy takes years to perfect.
And how often did you go?
It happens every week.
once a week.
For 16 weeks.
That's not a crash course. That's an evening class.
No, not in relation to the proper course to become a professional taxidermist.
Well, that goes on for 25 years and you meet once every 6 months?
That takes 4 years, or until the animal dies.
Can you... How did you do that mouse?
Basically, I found a mouse.
Where?
There, on the stair. And it had little clogs on. I found the mouse actually in the cage which it was kept in because it was my child's pet.
And it was skateboarding?
No, it wasn't skateboarding. My son was a skateboarder, and that's why he wanted the mouse on the skateboard.
What did you do with the mouse that you found?
Well, the first thing I did was I had to break the news to my son, and I said, your mouse is dead. So that was that covered. And then he said, oh, I don't want to lose him forever. And I said, in that case, it's the crash course at the taxidermy.
So wait a minute, the mouse dies. Correct. You have a conversation with your son. What are we going to do? Let's stuff him. I know, I'll learn. I won't get a professional animal stuffer.
And that's because...
I'll learn to do it. You ring up the course. They say there happens to be a 16-week course starting next week.
How many people were on the course?
I would say there was 12, 14, something like that. 12. There was 12.
12,
yes. Sorry, no, it was a disciples' convention.
Talk me through them. What sort of people were they?
It was Matthew, Mark, Luke... Oh, sorry, there was a guy called Thomas. He wasn't sure if he wanted to be there.
Tell us what you do.
The first thing you've got to do is always check that the mouse is actually dead.
So, sorry, it's always a... It's always a mouse. This course is just for mouse stuffers. No one had anything else they wanted to do. So everyone, all 12 of you turn up, sit down, get your mouse out.
You've got to remember that it's an introductory course. There was one guy, just one guy, Brian.
A good entry
turned up with a giraffe. He turned up with a giraffe and you went, you want the advanced course, mate, because we can't do this in 16 weeks. Next door, the one that's got the Velux windows. You can only stuff a giraffe if you've got Velux windows. That's the first thing you learn.
What did you scoop the inside
Thank
out?
you. Is someone finally interested in the art form? First thing you've got to do is get rid of the inside of the mouse.
How? How'd you do that?
How? Good question, Shir. You get a sharp blade and you make an incision from the back of the skull all the way down to the tail.
So what happens when you make that incision down the spine?
Down the spine, yeah.
What happens?
So now I can only be described as a very, very horrific pop-up book. Because I opened it up like that. And it's not a pretty sight. I would describe it as sort of mouse spine-like. And I went all like that. And the fella said, first rule of get stuffed, taxidermy, crash course. He said, this is the interesting bit. He went, is never, ever open them from the back. I learned a lesson. You've got to learn, haven't you? You've got to learn. You've got to learn.
So what did you do?
Well, it means you got me needle and thread.
So you stitched the mouse back up?
Stitch the mouse back up, get him back to how he was.
Right.
Turn him over. Slice down the middle.
And then what did you do?
You have to... Effectively, there's no easy way of saying it. I had to scrape out his insides.
With what?
With the tools that they give you.
What sort of tool is it?
Well, there's many, many tools. You know those weird things you get when you're trying to get the last bit of lobster out of the claw? Then it's like a little fork. It
wouldn't work with a giraffe, though,
Oh,
would
no,
it?
just a giraffe. All you need for a giraffe is a spade and loads of bamboo.
OK, so you scoop out...
We learned that on day 4.
What do you put back in to give him that healthy...
You build individual fragments of bone shapes, but out of metal, and glue them all together. It takes 15 weeks on a Thursday night.
What do you think, David? It sounds very plausible to me, but what is your team think?
Sheila, what do you think?
No, I think it's a lie.
You think it's a lie?
I can't see why anyone wouldn't believe that.
I don't think there's any level on which any of us believe that.
They're saying it's a lie. Lee?
Yeah.
Is it the truth, or is it a lie?
Oh, I actually have to go through the thing of pressing the button. Lie.
I was once arrested by border guards for illegally entering another country.
David's team, what do you think?
Which country?
It was in the mid-90s.
That's not a country.
No. And it was in Eastern Europe, so they changed names very quickly. So I'm not sure. It was either Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia. I don't know which.
You know what stage of its
exactly.
dissolution it was at.
Mm.
Yeah. And what was the problem?
I didn't have my passport.
Right.
Where had you left your passport?
At home.
Who were you with, by the way? Were you on your own? Or
No, I
was
was with a friend from back home, Pete.
A friend from the pit?
No, with a person called Pete.
Is that his real name? Or is that a nickname?
Pete.
Oh, Pete.
No, P-I-T.
Oh, Pete.
Oh, is that his Pete?
He's called Pete.
Like Brad Pitt, but Pitt is his first name.
Otherwise, I would say Pete.
Yeah.
We were travelling on something that was called Schönes Wochenend-Ticket. And
that's German for National Express.
No. Now, what it is German for, you can use any train you like, as long as it's a slow train.
We have that system with all of our trains. OK, so you get off the train at the border.
You do.
Is it at that moment you realise you don't have your passport?
Yes. So we wanted to go into Czechoslovakia. So I didn't have my passport. So the obvious thing to do is don't go across where the border guards are, but go a mile off into the fields and cross there. If then someone wants to see your passport, you say, oh, I must have lost it.
Roughly how far into Czechoslovakia, in whatever form it was, were you?
I was about, give or take, a mile. I see in the distance, I see like two lights, two white lights. They're getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then I realise it's a Jeep. And then they're driving towards us.
I'm quite gripped by this story.
The Jeep then just stopped, and then there is 4 people jumping out with automatic rifles and dogs.
Automatic dogs?
What sort of dogs were they?
I didn't ask for their names.
Neither did Alex.
They were terrifying dogs, probably Alsatians or something.
What happened? They're all around you. So
well,
what
they
do
all
they say?
jump out with their rifles, don't they? And then saying, or whatever their language is. So, and then we had to gain the Jeep, and then we were driving off into Czechoslovakia, and then we ended up in some woods. One of them jumps out, opens the gate that I didn't even see was there. Then there is some little wooden hut. And was someone in there that spoke German. We got on well with that fella, and our excuse was, they were saying, we had no idea that we crossed the border.
Yeah.
So, and then, well, they didn't fully buy it, but they knew there was little point executing us.
What happens then?
And now the funny story begins. They said, you'll have to pay a penalty.
Oh, the Germans and penalties.
That
Not
penalty...
Never again, please.
Then the Czechs drove us back to the German border, handed us over to the German border guards, and then they congratulated us on being the first illegal immigrants from Germany into Czechoslovakia.
Well, there we are.
David, what are you and your team thinking?
It's the travel card thing. It just seems right.
No, I think on an emotional level, having spent so long hearing that story, we need it to be true. Yeah. We need something.
We need it to be true,
Yeah.
because a lot of our life went into that.
So
yes,
you're going to
on
say
that
true?
emotional level, I think we have to say true.
You're saying it's true. Henning, truth or lie?
Well, that story is actually true.
There is something about me that elephants like. Every time I visit a zoo, they thunder towards me and point their trunks in my direction.
When did you first notice elephants finding you so attractive?
I don't think elephants liked me before I hit puberty.
And do you believe that puberty was the triggering thing?
Correlation is not causation.
Oh, another one of your catchphrases. I told you, they don't catch on, David. What's correlation? Get it.
OK, where were you? When did you first notice it?
I think it was probably at the Cotswold Safari Park.
Right.
I'd recently become a man.
Yes.
Quite an imposing figure striding around the Cotswold Wildlife Park. Still intellectually juvenile.
Yeah.
I was still interested in the animals. And then I was passing the elephant's enclosure and, it swiveled its head towards me. And it was quite alarming. And then it started to move slowly towards me. And then as it moved towards me, its trunk, it straightened. As if in arousal.
Yes, yeah.
Have you ever been on safari?
No, I haven't, for obvious reasons.
How many zoological gardens stroke safari parks have you been to and observed this in elephants?
At least 9 or 10 at a time.
You play you, right? I'll play the elephant. Right. Now, if you'd like to walk towards me and I'll...
No, you've got to spot me. It's not about what I do, it's about... It's exactly like
Is that how it happens?
Yes.
Wow. There was something about being the elephant then. I believe it to be true. I was... Have you always been with the same people or different people to the safari park? Has it been mixed up enough to know it's you specifically?
Yes. The only person who's always with me is my friend Kevin the bun seller.
So what do you think then, Lee? Do you think that's true, or was he making that all up? What would you say?
I don't believe it at all.
No. There's not even an ounce of truth in it. I think we're going to have to say it's a lie.
OK, so you say it's a lie. David, attracting elephants, truth or lie?
Well, it is a lie.
I once had a snog with one of the people here on Would I Lie to You Tonight?
Whoa! One of us 6. Yeah, 6. You...
Hang on a minute, I'm here as well.
Yeah, 6.
Yeah, you're
Could have been me. She didn't snog herself.
Oh, that's true. Sorry, that's true. Oh, God. Oh, my word. I think my poor grasp of mathematics has never been more cruelly exposed.
So one of us 6 people... Why am I saying one of us 6? I know it wasn't me. One of them 5. Was it you?
It's true.
No, I'm Spartacus.
You see, I definitely...
Very awkward if all 6 of us have snogged her.
But she could only remember one.
If it's true, will the person remember, or is it like a drunken thing, or...?
I don't know if they will remember.
This is getting awkward. If this is true, this could be very awkward.
I don't know.
How many years ago?
I think it was in 98, so 15 years ago.
Just a snog.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be David at university, isn't it?
Why, did they go to university together?
They're both Cambridge, aren't they?
We did.
Yes.
And were you in the same...
No,
You've got plot thickens.
David is quite a lot younger than me, so...
But were you still hanging around the university?
trying to prey on freshers in Freshers Week. What you haven't said yet, Mel, is you haven't really painted a lovely picture for us of the circumstances, where you were.
Yeah.
Just talk us through that.
It was a works do.
Not me. I've never worked in my life.
It was a work stew, and everyone had been working very, very hard. It was a long series, and it was the end of term party.
Stop
end of
looking
series
at me,
party.
Mel.
What was the series?
It was the England rugby team 2000.
Was it a test series?
It was a show back in the late 90s.
Was it Late Lunch?
It was called Late Lunch.
So the show you did Late Lunch, was the person you kissed a guest on the show, or were they a regular on it, or...?
No, we were colleagues.
This is a totally new type of round.
This is...
You stop trying to work out whether it's true or not, just who it
was.
Yeah. Who was it?
Wait, who was it that you kissed? Was it Rob? Please tell me when you kissed him he didn't do that. Who was it that you kissed?
Dermot. It was Dermot.
Dermot?
It was Dermot.
Wow. This is a weird one now, because if it's not true, poor Dermot now has got to answer all these questions.
I don't think you're allowed to question other panellists.
Oh, this is
not his car.
No, we're in new territory. This has never happened before.
Rob?
My proclamation is thus. You can quiz O'Leary. However, he doesn't have to answer unless he so chooses.
Well, to be fair, that's true with everyone. We're going to be legally required to speak. If you want to make people talk when they don't want to, you have to waterboard them.
I'm happy to waterboard him if you want to...
Mel, what was Dermot doing in this show?
Dermot was the guy responsible for getting the audience in.
Has Dermot said if he remembers this?
Dermot, do you remember this?
That would scupper my team's chance. I can't answer that.
Yeah, that's handy. You mean no? So you were working on...
I was working on London.
What was your position?
I was, well, I was sort of audience researcher, so...
Oh, that's handy. Just what she just said, yeah? In 1998, were you in a relationship, or is it OK to push you on this?
I'm not sure.
You said at the time, Dermot, that you weren't in a relationship.
Oh, well, he can't have been there.
Yeah.
OK.
So what are you going to say then, Lee? What are you thinking?
That's an interesting one, this, isn't it? What do you think?
It feels
plausible.
Do you think?
It's plausible.
It is plausible.
Definitely plausible.
I just think O'Leary's been too kind of reticent on the details and the facts.
Yeah, but is he could be awkward because he doesn't remember, or he remembers very well and he's trying to play for his team.
Gentleman doesn't tell.
I think it's a lie.
You think it's a lie?
Based on O'Leary.
Matt, what are you thinking on this?
I'm not sure. I don't think the dates fit.
Lie.
Well, go with lie then.
You're saying it's a lie?
I think it might be true, but I'm going with my team and saying lie.
Mel, it was a wonderful, wonderful tale. Was it true, or were you telling a lie?
Well, Rob, gents, Dermot, I was telling the truth.
This is the cushion that I used to carry my pet owl around on. I would have brought the owl, but he escaped last week.
Dave's team, what do you think?
What kind of an owl was it?
Oh, yeah.
Tawny.
Yeah. Tawny's perch on branches.
Yeah.
So how did you get it to perch on a big, flat, soft cushion? Oh, Steve, it's so good to have you here.
How did I? Is there a problem here, Steve? Here are the talon marks. I have a rare breeds farm near me, and they had to get rid of a tawny owl that was injured. It couldn't use its wings, and I shouldn't use the words, it couldn't use its bottom.
For what?
For doing what? For poo-pooing.
What did it use?
So, as a trustee of the organisation, because it's just down the road from me, in Warehorn, I agreed to have... I agreed that I would look after it. It actually had what you would call a colostomy bag.
We wouldn't call it that.
No, you would.
We'd call it a colostomy bag.
Have I said it?
Yeah, we wouldn't have picked it up, but you did specifically say that's what we would have called it. And I thought I'd better address this because we really wouldn't.
Steve, is an owl's colostomy bag called a colostomy bag?
Well, yes, it is.
You wouldn't really need it because the majority of kind of solid fecal matter with an owl comes out of its mouth.
Yeah. No, we're dealing with a very sick owl. No, I'm sorry, I sound aggressive there, but I can see... No, he's escaped now, and I can see his little face. We were given a pipette with what was owl nourishment.
So you had to feed it
with a pipette.
Yes. And how did it stand on the cushion if, as Steve says, it needs a perch? It was fine, just so...
I've clearly not made it clear. This is an incredibly sick bird. You can't judge it by the normal tone. This is just a lump of meat and feathers that is just hanging on in there.
But the thing still escapes.
Yes, it escapes. Actually, I suspect it was killed by my cats.
Why did this owl sanctuary, when it has a sick owl, why didn't it look after the owl itself rather than give it to a local celebrity?
Because I'm
the cushion and cats.
I'm very closely associated with it.
Sorry, my client would like a minute.
You had clearly said to me you were going to nurse it back to health.
No, that was never going to happen.
It's palliative care.
No, it's palliative care.
Palliative care.
It was
Palliative care for the owl.
A hospice for the owl.
For the owl. Right.
And we had some decent times.
Did he have a name, this owl?
We called it...
Did you? You called it...
It's all right, you're upset, Bob, I can tell. If you need a minute, it's OK. But what did you call it?
Sorry?
What did you call it?
What did we call the owl?
Yeah.
Well, we called him Mavis.
Bob, what did you feed it? With the pipette?
It was described to me as owl nourishment. Everything.
You just take bowls and put them in a liquidizer.
Steve, I can't impress on you. The most you got out of it. It's just a lift and lid.
It wasn't perched then, it was reclined on the cushion. That was its... That was its deathbed.
Yeah. We'd have like a broomstick or something and just hold it and throw it.
And what have you told the owl sanctuary? What have you told them? Because they must have been upset.
No, I told them he's passed away, yeah.
And they said, well, that's fine. We knew Mavis was going to die soon. That's why we gave him or her to you, a comedian who lives locally, to keep on a cushion in the same room as some cats.
So my client would like to change his plea.
This isn't sounding...
You're a trustee, did you say, of this charity?
Yes. It's a rare breeds farm in Warehorn. Does family days. Sadly, I haven't got an owl at the moment. But...
So, David, what are you thinking? Is this true?
No, this isn't true.
I think you made all that up.
I just don't believe they would let him bring a dying tawny owl home.
No, I don't think so. I think we're saying it's a lie.
I think you are.
But and I think that's the Rare Breed Centre probably needs to look at its working practices if it happens to be true. But
OK, Bob, truth or lie?
I was telling a lie.
I once had a job where I had to answer the phone and say, "Hello, beef?"
There we are, Lee's team. What do you think?
What was the job?
It was a job. It was an office job where.
An office job?
Yeah, an office job.
Right.
In an office job.
Yeah, I know what an office job is.
Yeah.
The word office I'm not confused with is the bit about the beef that's getting to it.
It's a government department where we dealt with beef and lamb and suckling cows.
Right. So what was the government department exactly? What were they doing?
It was it was an agricultural department of Welsh government.
So they'd ring up and say, "Hello, beef," and the kind of questions they would ask you would be.
They'd say, it was all about identifying animals.
Identifying them?
Yeah.
So you go, hello, beef, and they go, I think you're just the man. I'm looking at a big black and white animal. It's saying moo. Can you help me? It's cow. I'm beef. Goodbye.
No. Well, either that or you might want to put them through the suckler cow. Depends who's male or female.
What is a suckler cow?
I don't know. I only worked in beef.
Was this in Cardiff or something? Or?
No, it was in West Wales.
Was it in Carmarthen?
Carmarthen.
Kidwelly?
Carmarthen.
Haverfordwest?
Carmarthen.
Carmarthen?
You should work on the trains. The Welsh office is in Cardiff, but the Welsh Office Agriculture Department, WOAD, is in Carmarthen.
So farmers would ring you up and ask you questions about
Farmers
beef?
would ring me up and they'd say, got an animal here, and it needs identification, and we would give them...
What do you mean identification?
We would give them cattle identification documents. It was the CID department, CID,
just
cattle
stop
identification.
It, stop it. I feel sick with confusion.
I worked in CID. It was
you worked in CID?
Cattle
it makes sense. You worked for CID.
There's been a mooder.
CID was cattle identification document, so it's like a cow passport, and they'd ask us questions about that.
A cow passport?
A cow passport. They'd ring up and they'd say, we've got a new cow in town.
So you'd send out the official documentation.
They would tell me the animal's details, and we would print up a CID, cattle identification
because
document.
Because each one needed this. Everyone had to have this.
Every cow.
Oh, every cow, yeah.
So what are you going to say then, Lee? Is he telling the truth?
Well, if you know a lot about cows. A little.
I've rung up departments of DEFRA and said hello, and they've said hello, beef.
Yeah.
True. And the whole WOAD thing, you wouldn't just come up with that.
Unless you were very quick and very clever.
OK, we'll go with true.
He's saying true. Rod, were you telling the truth?
It was...
true.
One Saturday morning, I lay on my back in the garden and pretended I'd fallen off a ladder so that I could get out of a family trip to IKEA.
David Steve.
What had you been supposedly doing on the ladder to fall off it?
So, my wife said we're going to IKEA, and then you should be upset if I said no. So I said, yeah, no problems. Can we go in about an hour? She said, yeah, no problems. Why? And I said, because I've got to do something in the garden.
Yeah, what were you doing?
Trimming the tree.
So you said, OK, we can go to IKEA in an hour. I've just got to go and trim the tree.
I didn't say I'm going to trim the tree, obviously. I said I've just got something to do in the garden.
Why is it so urgent that this tree needed to be trimmed?
You're not following this story, are you, Sean? I didn't need to trim the tree.
Yeah, but surely wouldn't she go, we'll do it later?
Because it was a casual conversation. We're going to IKEA. Can we go in about an hour? I've just got to do something in the garden. She went, yeah, fine. And that was it. Right. We don't live in a relationship where I go, can we go to IKEA? I go, can we go now? I'm doing something in the garden. She doesn't sit me down, put a spotlight on me, and go, just a thing in the garden.
OK.
But you did potpourri last week!
So you say you've got to do something in the garden. She says fine. So you walk out into the garden.
Yes. Go
Explain
to the
how
shed.
you set the scene.
I go to the shed, right?
Yeah.
I pick my tool wisely because I want to make sure that when I've fallen with it, that it looks dramatic.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
So what did you
Pit
pick?
secateurs, nothing. Those big giant ones. You know which one I mean? They look like those old-fashioned bull workers with a pair of scissors at the end.
With a telescopic handle.
That's one. I still needed a ladder. They're not going to get me on that.
Do you climb to the top of this ladder?
I don't need to, do I? There's no trimming to be done. I mean, are you fucking... Anyone else? There's no... I'm not Robert De Niro. I'm not Method. I didn't have to go. I must become the tree trimmer.
Your wife must think you're pretty bad at it if you can go out and presumably instantly fall off the
I didn't
ladder.
say I fell off instant. I know she's going off to do something
Well,
else.
they're not
She
noticed.
says I'm going to the shops then. So I know she's out. So I position
So
everything.
she says in advance of going to this shop, she is going to the shop.
No, it's an expression that people say I'm just popping to the shops. I pop into the
No, it's
individual
not
shop.
an expression. It means going to the shop.
No, it doesn't.
Well, is it a euphemism in your house for what? Having a poo?
I pop into the shop.
Is it
You're
a
going to get me on one letter. All right, pop into the shop.
So she said she was popping to the shop now. Shop singular in advance of your trip to the shop.
She might have said shop. It's one letter. Give me a break. It's series 9. She may have said shop. Or shops. I'm just popping out. In fact, she said out. I'm popping out.
She's popping.
She was popping out.
So
OK, so she has left the house.
She's left the house.
So
She's
you
gone
know
to
you've
the
got...
shop. To buy a curly whirly or curly whirlies. I'm not sure. She's gone out. I know she's going to be gone enough time for me to get a ladder, lie it on its side, do the second turn, and lie there in the position that I would describe as
Can I ask
injured.
this question? Why didn't you want to go to IKEA?
I think I'd go to IKEA to get out of trimming a tree.
Didn't need to trim the tree.
So your wife comes back from the shop before going to the shop.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
And we find that, weirdly, that the different shops sell different things. So
Okay.
I have tried the old, when she goes, I'm just going to buy some potatoes, I've gone, why don't we wait till we're in IKEA? And she said, no, you can't buy. It turns out that different shops sell different things.
So your wife comes back from the potato shop to
No, it's
find...
not called the potato shop.
You've finished trimming the tree and fallen off a ladder.
Yes.
How much of the tree did you get done?
Did you claim specific injuries that you'd done? When you said,
Yes.
oh, I've just generally hurt us, what? What had you done? What did you say it hurt?
I went, ah! My leg! She went, what's up with it? I said, I don't know, I can't go to IKEA. And I claim to have injured my coccyx.
How long had she been gone?
It was probably 4 or 5 days this time. I'd say probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
Did she still go to IKEA?
Yeah, no, what did she do then? You're there in agony.
She came to help me.
She helped you up.
She helped me up. She tried to get me stood up. I held the base of my back. Is that what the coccyx is?
Yeah.
I held the base of my back. And she said, you better come inside and sit yourself down. I said, well, what about the trip to IKEA? I feel I've let you down. She said, no, that was years ago. And, I think the bit where I was pushing it, when I shouted, love, can you put that ladder away? I don't want it to go rusty. I might need that in a couple of weeks when we go to Boots.
So what do you think, David? Is this true?
What do you think?
I think it's a lie.
I just think you'd save that for something a bit more...
You think it's a waste?
Well, yeah, it's a waste of an opportunity to get out of something.
I love the fact
like
that
a family Christmas, you could get out of a whole Christmas.
So what are you going to say?
I think we think it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie. Lee, truth or lie?
It's a lie.
I've had to prise open my bedroom door for the last 2 years, ever since the door handle fell off.
What do you use to prise open the door?
Just my fingernails. And you have to go to the top of the door jamb.
Is it an out or a... No,
It all depends which side.
Do you live on your own?
I can answer that.
I have a flatmate, but it's just my bedroom, yeah.
It's only you that has the inconvenience.
So you have to do...
I'm absolutely the only person who ever needs to get in or out.
He speaks to me with a stare, and I don't know...
That's just, you know,
Don't
a
say
look of
anything.
resignation.
Why haven't you just whipped out a knob and affixed it to the entrance?
Basically, it's not really... You can't just screw it back on because the holes that the screws...
The thread's gone.
That's it!
Now, Keely, speaking as the only woman, in your single days before you settled down...
Oh, God.
And
yes.
you'd have been met as David, and you'd be getting on like a wildfire, and he said, well, why don't you come back to my... I know you don't like this. I know you don't like it. It's either this or Ronnie Corbett.
Right.
Why don't you come back to my apartment, and we could settle down and have a game of Boggle? So you go there, and he said, well, why don't we go upstairs? And you go upstairs, and you get to the door, and there's no handle or knob. Would that put you off?
This actually happened to me once.
David! You're a dark horse.
I don't remember.
I stayed over, and when I got up in the morning to leave, I couldn't get out. And I didn't know where I was.
You didn't know what you were?
Wow, really?
I had to ring the fire brigade.
I think I
had
should
to
say,
crawl
at this
out
point,
of the
this was
window.
not at my house.
And they had to come and put a ladder up to the window and give me a fireman's lift out.
Where was the man whose house you'd gone back with?
He'd gone to work.
He'd gone to work and locked you in for later.
Didn't know.
She'll keep till I get back. Wow. OK, what are you going to say, Lee?
I think it's a lie.
It's a lie?
It looks like a man that's got well-maintained doors.
Yeah. I'll say it's a lie.
OK, then we'll say it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie. David Mitchell, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
It is, in fact, true.
My motto is never give a child a one-syllable name because life has taught me that people with one-syllable names are generally dim.
Me and you. You're all right. So, do you mean your own children, or nobody should give their children one-syllable names?
It's just my motto. No one should do it.
Who do you base it on?
Anyone I've ever met.
Whoa. Say anybody you've ever met. Well, say what you're going to say first, and let's see where it goes. Anyone who you've ever met with one-syllable name?
Yes.
Keep going.
In my country.
Oh, here we go. well rescued.
I'm from Canada, and it started with boyfriends. I dated a Bob, I dated a Steve.
When was this, the 1970s? Sorry, Bob, that's a fine name, sorry. Bob, though.
Why is Bob a 70s name?
Because Bob's not really the name of it, because I'm guessing this was a few
It's
years
not quite as now as Lee, I'll give you that. I mean, that doesn't smack of 1970s inner-city deprivation, does it? And I feel sorry for Dave in the middle there.
Yeah. Hey, whoa, what about John? John's a very bright fella. He's got one syllable.
I'm on this programme.
You have this attitude towards British people as well. You were just saying that, weren't you? You actually do believe that everyone with one-syllable name...
I just think that if you're expecting a child, you have a long time to consider it. You want to give that child a name that can transition them into any field of work in life.
Hugh, how do you feel about all this, being a one-syllable loser? Are you offended?
I'm not a one-syllable, because that is my middle name. My God, it's like EastEnders, isn't it? My real name is Peter.
Why are you called Hugh, then? I've always called you
Because when
Hugh.
when you joined Equity... Did you ever join Equity?
Of course I did. How dare you?
Of course you did. So when you join Equity, you can't have two actors with the same name. And there was another Peter Dennis, and he was at that... I was like 23, and he was in his mid-60s. So my agent wrote to Equity and said, look, can our Peter Dennis be called Peter Dennis, because there's no chance of confusion with the other Peter Dennis who was about to retire, etc., etc. And they wrote back and said, yeah, under normal circumstances, that'd be absolutely fine. But you've got a problem. The problem is that the other Peter Dennis is the chairman of the Equity Name Change Committee.
So you don't see yourself as a one-syllable name, really?
God, no.
No.